If I can have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and get this regular board meeting started. I'd like you all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. In a moment of silence, tonight we'd like to welcome the Como High School Navy, JROTC.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Face. Forward. March. Left. 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 Right. 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 Left.
I'm not trying to say anything, but go Navy. Thank you all very much. Mr. Superintendent, you'll be bypassing your comments this evening?
Yes, sir. Waiving my comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight to litigation before information items so that we can get this taken care of. I'm going to entertain a motion on 2.1, discussion and action concerning pending litigation in the matter of Kristen Stelly et al. Versus Lafayette Parish School Board et al. Docket number C-2022-5772, 15th Judicial District Court, Lafayette Parish, State of Louisiana. And 2.2 is discussion and action concerning pending litigation in the matter of Joseph Ozine versus Lafayette Parish School Board et al. Docket number C-2023-5243K, 15th Judicial District Court, Lafayette Parish, State of Louisiana.
I'd like to make a motion. I move that the board enter into executive session to discuss strategy concerning pending litigation in the matters of Kristen Stelly et al. Versus Lafayette Parish School Board et al. Docket number C-2022-5775-K, 15th Judicial Court, District Court, Lafayette Parish, State of Louisiana, and Joseph Ozine versus Lafayette Parish School Board et al. Docket number C-2023-5243-K, 15th Judicial District Court, Lafayette Parish, State of Louisiana.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Mason, second by Mr. Bergeron. All those in favor of going to executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're now going to executive session.
Oh, you judicial?
them together, but we gotta get back in there. I'll entertain a motion that we go back into regular session.
Move. Second.
A motion by Mr. Hidalgo, second by Mr. Bergeron, that we go back into regular session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're now back in regular session.
Mr. President, I move that the board accept council's recommendation on items 2.1 and 2.2. Second.
Motion by Mr. Hidalgo, second by Mr. Bergeron, that we accept council's recommendation on both 2.1 and 2.2. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move on to information items. 3.1 is recognition of attendance awareness contest winners. Ms. Gardner?
Dr. Moore?
Dr. Moore? I was looking for him.
Good evening. The Child Welfare and Attendance Department hosted our annual Attendance Awareness Contest during the month of September. Students across the parish submitted their posters and T-shirt drawings for a school-level competition where we had over 200 submissions. School-level winners, in addition to winning a $10 Cane's gift card, were then transitioned to the district-level competition, where tonight we will introduce our district-level winners. Of these winners tonight, one overall winner will be announced and have their T-shirt worn by district-level winners and special guests. Each of these winners also had their gift card upgraded to a $20 Cane's gift card. The gift cards will be distributed at the school base at a later date. Students, once your name is called, please come to the front of the boardroom and remain until the end of the presentation. Our pre-K winner is Mr. Leo Jones from Catherine Drexel. Our kindergarten winner is Ms. Devin Leday from Alice Boucher. Our first grade winner is Ms. Chin Yu Wee from Broadmoor Elementary. Our second grade winner is Mr. Beckham Dunn from Marshall Beal. Our third grade winner is Ms. Veda Hensley from Myrtle Place Elementary. Our fourth grade winner is Mr. Hudson Mouton from Ridge. Our fifth grade winner, Miss Lottie Shepard from Myrtle Place Elementary. Our sixth grade winner, Miss Zephyr Acone from Scott Middle. Our seventh grade winner, Miss Juliet McAllister from LJ Alamo. Our eighth grade winner, Miss Kylie Broussard from Edgar Martin. Our ninth grade winner, Miss Cassandra Box from David Thibodeau. Our 10th grade winner, Miss Taya Broussard from David Thibodeau. Our 11th grade winner, Miss Desaria Phillips from David Thibodeau. And our 12th grade winner, Miss Amana Uman from Ove Como High School.
If the parents, please stand up to these children, because I know you should get half this award, so. Yeah. Thank you.
So at this time, we were going to recognize the parents, but we'll move on. So at this moment, the overall district winner and the designer of our T-shirt that would be worn by district level winners is Miss Kylie Broussard from Edgar Martin. At this time, I'd like to call upon our truancy officers, Ms. Melissa Keller, Tony Simeon, and Felicia Washington, along with our CWA coordinator, Ms. McKinley, to distribute the shirts to the winners and assign guests. Let's give our students a round of applause again.
Board members, let's get a picture with these students, please. Congratulations, job well done. 3.2 is the superintendent's evaluation timeline. Yes. October 9th, evaluation forms have been given to board members to complete. October 16th, evaluation forms returned to superintendent's office with board member signature across sealed envelopes. To be determined, scoring tabulations assigned by board president will meet to compile and review the evaluation forms after receipt of district and school performance scores. November 13th, compile results presented to the board and the superintendent in executive session. The tabulation will be done by myself, board president, and my vice president, Ms. Hannah Mason. And then that'll be presented on November 13th. That is the superintendent's evaluation timeline. 3.3 is facilities district projects update. Dr. Ravelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, members of the board, good evening. We just wanted to share with you all updates from planning, maintenance, and facilities. In your agenda, you'll see the presentation that has highlighted projects from both September and October, so you guys can look through and see some of the great happenings and upgrades around our facilities across the district. As always, if you have any questions or immediate concerns, please reach out to myself or Mr. Gotro. We will also share this information with the public through our communications teams as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rabelais. We're going to move on to 3.4, Civic Solutions Group presentation. We ask that you be precise and to the point and get to the information everyone's waiting on, as we are on a tight schedule this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. As my colleague Olin gets his technology set up, I just want to thank all of you and everyone we've spoken to over the past few months for their engagement in this process. Yeah. Do you want to volume check your mic, Olin?
Good evening, board members. It's great to, nope, nothing?
Yeah. You have to get real close.
Good evening, board members. Does this work? Nope. Even closer?
There you go.
There we go. All right. Gonna get up close and personal with the microphone tonight. One moment, please.
We are thankful to be here and eager to share with you our first initial recommendations for district optimization. This will be our first display of them to you as well as the administration and the public. Once we are complete with our presentation, and probably by midday tomorrow, the website will be updated with all of the information we present today, and we will begin taking public feedback and comment on all of our recommendations. So.
One thing I forgot to do. We're going to receive this presentation tonight regarding its draft recommendations. The board will take no action this evening. That'll happen on November 13th. So there is no action, there is no public comment tonight. This is just strictly informational, so no action is being taken.
Thank you, Board President. We will take feedback on these for the rest of the month, and we will be back in November to present our final recommendations. I'm here joined by Paul Pasterek, my colleague, and Olin Parker. Olin will give our presentation, and if you have questions as we complete our presentation, please feel free to ask them.
Thank you so much, Gabby. Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, members of the board, as my colleague stated, we're very glad to be here tonight. These initial recommendations that you will hear tonight represent a significant amount of feedback that we have received from members of the board, from Lafayette Parish staff, and from members of the community as well, including many of the people who are in the room right now. We're grateful for everybody's contributions. Mr. President, I will be doing my best to balance brevity with these recommendations with ensuring that we share the information. This is a complicated topic, so we want to make sure that everybody understands it. And there will be ample opportunities for members of the community to provide feedback as we move forward. Our agenda today, we'll talk very briefly about purpose and goals, recognizing that some people are seeing this information for the very first time. We'll spend another brief amount of time talking about our priorities and our process so that people know how they can be involved moving forward. And then we'll spend the bulk of our time talking about the initial recommendations that you have before you. After we spend the additional, a significant amount of time going through those recommendations, making sure that you all have your questions answered, we will then move on to share the community engagement opportunities for anyone who wants to follow up. In addition, there is an appendix for this presentation. That appendix we will not review tonight, but it is available for members of the public and board members as you see fit. Our purpose in this process, and the reason why you as a board called us to lead this work, is because we want to ensure that the district is better utilizing its resources and improving outcomes for students, teachers, and the LPSS community. Currently, LPSS has an occupancy rate of a little under 70%. What that means is you find the occupancy rate of a district by taking the number of students and the number of seats that they have in schools across the district. That occupancy rate of under 70% means there are over 13,500 vacant seats in this district. And we want to make sure that when school buildings are full, that means there are more resources for programming, there's more resources for teachers, it is a more efficient use of district funds. Generally, you see the occupancy rate of 69.7%. A general best practice is that a district would have an occupancy rate of between 80 to 85%. If all of the recommendations that we talk about tonight are implemented, the LPSS projected occupancy rate would increase by over 13 percentage points to 83% occupancy, and we would decrease the number of vacant seats by 7,000. Additionally, the goals of these recommendations, when we were looking at data, speaking with the community, speaking with everybody who was involved, our goal is always to place students in higher performing campuses, place them in higher quality facilities. As I mentioned earlier, we want to maximize the efficiency of our campuses because we want dollars to go towards students and programs rather than things like air conditioning empty buildings, insuring buildings that no longer need to be part of the portfolio, et cetera. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we are paying attention to the revealed preferences of parents and creating or expanding access to schools where parents want their child to attend. For those who have not seen it, at the September board meeting, this board approved these 4 priorities for district optimization. Those are academic trajectory, are students at a high-performing school, or is that school on the right trajectory to get those students to mastery? Facility condition and investment, we looked at how much this district has invested in its facilities over the last decade. School culture, that was a very clear outcome of our community feedback sessions, is we listened over and over as members of the community told us it is important that we have a positive school culture at every single school. Now that means different things to different people, but what we boiled it down to for this purpose is, do families want to send their child to this school, and are teachers that are employed there staying at that campus? Is the teacher retention high at that campus? And then finally, financial health. We wanted to ensure that our campuses are cost effective to operate. In order to meet those priorities, this is complicated, so if you need me to slow down, I'm happy to do that, but in the interest of time, for academic trajectory, a school will meet the priority if they have an A or B letter grade, according to the Louisiana Department of Education's school performance score, or if they have an A progress index for the last 2 years. You'll note there are a couple of examples of schools that either have A or B letter grades for the past 2 years or a progress index of an A for 2 years in a row, but if they have an F letter grade for any subgroup, they cannot meet the academic trajectory priority. And that is a direct response to the survey feedback we received from members of the community about how important it is to ensure that all student groups are learning. Facility condition and investment, this is sort of the easiest priority to understand. If your school is in the top half of facility investment over the last 10 years for your school type, you meet the priority. If you are in the bottom half of facility investment over the last 10 years, you do not. And that is, just to be clear, that is by school type. So we compare elementary schools to elementary schools, middle schools to middle schools, high schools to high schools. School culture, I've already touched on this, is do teachers that are employed at the school want to stay at the school at a rate of 80% or higher? That was sort of the clear dividing line when we looked at the data. And also, talking again about revealed preferences, is your school in the top half of what we call family choice? Of the students that are zoned to your school, what percentage of parents are choosing to send their kids to that school? You'll note this is a priority that is either or. You can either meet this priority with teacher retention, with parent choice, or both. And then lastly, for financial health, we wanted to identify those financial outliers, meaning we highlighted the schools that were most expensive on a cost per student basis to operate. So the bar for financial health is the 75th percentile of elementary schools, the 75th percentile of middle schools, the 75th percentile of high schools. If you are above that mark, meaning you're the most expensive schools to operate, you do not meet this criteria. As long as you're in the bottom 75% of cost per student, you will meet this criteria. What you see here is a breakdown, sort of the distribution of schools within LPSS that met or did not meet these priorities. And what you see is roughly a third of campuses met all 4 priorities, roughly a third met 3 of 4 priorities, and then roughly a third met 2 of the priorities or fewer. We came up with these priorities through extensive community engagement. We heard from members of the community what was important to them and what they believed makes a school a thriving school. And as you can see, there are some schools where some work needs to be done in order to meet that definition of a thriving school. And what we are trying to do, going back to my original point, is put as many students as possible in high-performing schools and high-quality facilities. If you, I mentioned the appendix earlier. If you want to take a look after this presentation is over, the appendix details which schools meet which number of priorities. So that is available to you in the appendix. And as my colleague Gabby mentioned, that information will be available online either this evening or tomorrow morning. Board members, you have seen this slide before. Members of the community, this may be new to you. Just to reiterate, this approach, district optimization, if we only looked at data, if we only looked at the spreadsheets that we have available to us, we could potentially make decisions that damage communities, that are inaccurate. Similarly, if we only looked at our context, our values, our experience, if we only thought about our perspective and our gut, we only made decisions based on our gut, we would likely also make decisions that are inaccurate, based on old information, and that could damage communities. So throughout this process, we have tried to balance the data that we have in front of us with the context, the values, and the experience that we have gained through the survey that we ran, through the community feedback sessions, through the superintendent's community advisory panel, which board members, you all nominated members to join. So we are mixing that all together to come up with these district optimization recommendations. Right before I get to the recommendations, I do want to highlight there is what you see on the screen is a district optimization school profile. This is a deep dive for every school within the parish. The first page you will see is sort of demographic information, basic information about the school. The second page of those documents is information about how the school fares when compared to the 4 priorities that this board has set. There is a profile available for every single school in the district. Those will also be available on the district's district optimization website, either this evening or tomorrow morning. At this point, I will just remind members of the public, before I get to the recommendations, while Lafayette Parish is a single-member district system, so each board member is elected by a geographic area within the parish, the board members are elected to serve the entirety of the parish. And so when we go through tonight's recommendations, I want to call that out for members of the community that the board will be making its decisions ultimately next month based on the well-being of the parish as a whole. Before I get to this slide, actually, I'll stop and see if there are any clarifying questions from board members about the information that you've seen thus far.
Like for this one right here, facility conditions and investment, it has a red X. Can you explain the red X?
Yes, so on the school profiles, I mentioned those 4 criteria, those 4 priorities. At the top, the check marks simply tell you whether or not a school met that priority or did not meet that priority. And then there is additional information. You'll notice about halfway down the page, there is another section that provides additional context specifically on facility condition and investment. And I know that it's very tiny on your computer screen right now.
Yeah, no, but so the details to the X are in, okay.
That's correct,
That's
yes,
what
sir.
we were just trying to figure out, okay.
All right. Well, I'll now move on to a sort of a summary of all the recommendations that you're going to see tonight. Oh, yes, please.
And then the calculation for the
or what would be optimal per student for investment into the facilities and maintenance? Where's that calculation found?
So that information, if you look at the financial health section, it will tell you whether a school is above or below the threshold and the amount of the threshold that it
Okay.
and for please.
And so ideally, what should that number be, I
So-
guess, on that?
Board Member LeBou, for facility condition and investment, we just looked at whether you were in the top half or the bottom half
Okay.
for your school type. We did not make a determination on the ideal investment. We were just seeing who was on the, who was in top
invested
50 and who
more
was
per
in the.
student and then less
Exactly.
per- Okay,
Exactly.
great. Thank you.
That's right. And
So,
it-
so when you're comparing, we're comparing to the state, or you comparing?
Within this district, which schools have received in the top half investment and which are in the bottom half?
Okay, so moving on to our summary slide. Our recommendations this evening, you will see we are recommending 7 facilities being taken offline. 3 of those 3 facilities being repurposed. We are recommending the construction of 2 new facilities on 1 school site. The expansion of popular programming at 5 or more schools. 4 grade reconfigurations, which was a large percentage of the feedback we heard was around grade reconfigurations. And then 16 schools receiving additional students or becoming more efficient. I want to stress once again for members of the public, these are our initial recommendations, and we have extensive channels to receive feedback, and we welcome feedback. I do not anticipate that this slide will look the same next month. What we want to have as part of this process is to hear from members of the community, hear from members of the board, and ensure that our data and our context, values, and experience that we hear from the community are leading to the best recommendations for this district. I will also say that this is a holistic plan that involves all parts of the district. As I'm presenting the scenarios tonight, there are a number of recommendations that are connected, and that will become clear as I talk through them. If all of these recommendations are implemented, it will represent almost 3,600 students moving to higher performing campuses, and it will also represent over 3,000 students moving to higher quality facilities. I will also say before getting to the recommendations, we truly believe that in this work requires change. It requires bravery. It is difficult work. And any school that is recommended for closure tonight, we encourage the board and the district staff to ensure that those school communities that are impacted by closure are honored, respected, their traditions are honored, and that we find a way to keep the legacy of those institutions and the legacy of those communities alive. Before I get to the recommendations, I want to show you the template that you will see. As you can see in the top right-hand corner, every single recommendation you see is a draft recommendation. Every single recommendation will have this table of data, which shows how a school is performing against the priorities, as well as a map showing you where the school or schools are located. I want to point out, in this example for academic trajectory, a school can meet the criteria for this priority. Again, if they have 2 A's in letter grade, and you read those from left to right, that is the most recent 2 years. 2 A's in progress, a B or an A in letter grade, 2 A's in progress, or either of those things. So in this case, school 1 meets both, so they meet the priority. School 2 meets the priority as well, because they are meeting the letter grade aspect. And school 3, even though their letter grade is a D from the Department of Education, they are on the correct academic trajectory because they have 2 straight A progress index scores from the Department of Education. Facility investment, this one is pretty consistent with what we've already talked about. The only thing I will point out in this column is that you'll notice there are some cells that are a darker red. Anytime you see a darker red, that means the school is in the bottom 3 for its school type. So in this case, school 3 not only has a low enough facility investment that they do not meet the priority, but they also are one of the bottom 3 for facility investment for their school type. School culture, again, I mentioned this is an either or. So school 1 is meeting it because teachers that are employed at the school are staying employed at the school at above 80%. School 2 meets the mark because their family choice is greater than the median for their school type, and school 3 does not meet it. And then finally, for financial health, again, you see school 1 meeting the criteria because they're in the bottom 75%. School 2 not only doesn't meet the criteria, but it is a real outlier. And school 3, they do not meet the criteria just because they are above the 75% mark, but they are not an outlier. Every single slide that you see, I recognize that's a lot of information. It will also have a summary in the bottom right-hand corner that matches what you see in the shading and simply says, does the school meet this criteria or not meet this criteria? And then finally, there will be additional text below the table that provides some of the context, values, and experience that went into this recommendation. A lot of this will be directly representative of the feedback that we received from the community engagement process. I have mentioned, and my colleagues have mentioned multiple times, the amount of community engagement that we hope to see. For members of the public, this is the schedule that you will see. There is no public comment tonight. There is no vote taken tonight. There will be a second survey, a second round of feedback sessions, additional meetings of the community advisory panel, and additional stakeholder engagement through the website, through an email address, et cetera, over the next 5 to 6 weeks. And then we will bring final recommendations to the board for a vote at the November board meeting. Before I move on, board members, are there any questions before we get to the recommendations?
One question. I know we have some K-8 schools. Where did y'all put them in that list? Because they don't fall in elementary, don't fall in the middle.
That is an excellent question. So there are several combination schools within the district. And what we did is, it didn't make sense to compare them to each other because the number is so small. So if it's a K-8, the majority of its grades are in elementary. So it was compared to elementaries. If it's a 6-12, the majority of its grades are in high school. So we compared it to high schools. Okay. Our first recommendation for the evening is to build a new and more efficient 6th through 8th grade campus and 9th through 12th grade campus on the site of Northside High School and decommission the current Paulboro Middle School and Northside High School facilities. Paulboro, we agree with this board that Paulboro is not a long-term viable facility for students in this district. It is one of the oldest middle school campuses. It has not received a major addition in almost 50 years. Similarly, Northside High School is the oldest traditional high school in the parish and has not received a major addition since 1981. Despite that facility condition, Northside has increased its enrollment by 14% in the last 5 years, and it's increased its school performance score by over 13 points in that time frame, which is laudable. As part of this recommendation, we also believe that fine arts or selective admissions programming should be added at Northside High School because that is responsive to parents' revealed preferences. Fine arts is by far the most popular magnet programming in the city, and we believe it should be that selective admissions or other popular programming should be made available at Northside High School. Additionally, through our community engagement efforts, we know that there is investment in the 70501 zip code from the business community, from city leaders, from civic leaders, and so investing in the Northside High School site is consistent with those development plans for the area. An additional benefit of this recommendation is that building a middle school campus on the same site as the high school campus will allow students enrolled at Paulboro opportunities for acceleration, opportunities for additional extracurricular activities. And we are not architects, but we have worked with enough districts across the country that we know that facilities can be built in a way that both maximizes their efficiency and also allows close proximity so those students remain separate but part of the same site. We also believe, recognizing the long history of Paulboro, recognizing the long history of Northside High School, that this board and this district should implement some sort of community-driven process to determine the appropriate name, branding, construction, et cetera, of those 6th through 8th and 9th through 12th campuses. We also believe, it's not on the slide, but we also believe that this recommendation will make these two schools more attractive to families and help to keep families within Lafayette Parish rather than going to private, parochial, or charter schools. Our next recommendation, which is related to recommendation number 1, so much so that you could almost call it recommendation 1B, is to close Acadian Middle School and rezone those students to Karen Crow Middle School and to Paul Breaux Middle School on a temporary basis until the facility is decommissioned and those students move into the new campus. As you see here, every school mentioned in this recommendation meets one of the priorities. Acadian Middle School has the second lowest rate of zoned students attending any school. So again, talking about revealed preferences, parents that are zoned to Acadian Middle School currently are not sending their students to the school at a high rate. Additionally, the enrollment of Acadian could fit into Paul Breaux or Karen Crow based on the capacity numbers that have been provided to us, to the district. Now, we're not recommending that they go to one school or the other, but it could be, I'm just stressing the overcapacity issue with these 3 schools. We typically do not get into discussions about boundaries because members of the district know that better. I know you have a demographer that you work with. But for this recommendation, we do believe, if you look here, I've overlaid both the middle school and high school boundaries. And so our recommendation would be that any student currently zoned, any Acadian Middle School student, which you see represented in the purple and pink here, if they are in the Northside High School enrollment zone, we're recommending that they be zoned to Paul Breaux. And if they're in the Karen Crow High School enrollment zone, we would recommend sending them to Karen Crow High School. So there's that continuity of student experience. In addition, I think we recognize that there is Spanish immersion programming currently at Acadian Middle School. That programming could be moved to either of those campuses. It could be combined with another school that currently has Spanish immersion programming. Our recommendation does not go into that, but we did want to call out, we do recognize that programming does exist. As you can see from the slide here, I stressed at the beginning Acadian having the second lowest rate of zone students attending the school. Paul Breaux has one of the higher numbers for parents that are zoned to the school choosing to go there. I also, I think it's about a 7-minute drive from Acadian Middle School to Karen Crow Middle School. We made that drive several weeks ago. And then I will also point out, I know that Acadian Middle School has a relatively new gymnasium on the site. And that gymnasium, we believe, could either be repurposed for use by Evangeline Elementary School, or it could be used for other district purposes. Our third recommendation, which like the first 2, they are all connected, would be to close Lafayette Middle School and repurpose it as Lafayette Elementary School. And then take those students that are currently at Lafayette Middle School and rezone them to Scott, LJ Alamon, and Paul Breaux High School. You'll see, Paul Breaux Middle School, excuse me. Lafayette Middle School currently does not meet any of the priorities. I will point out they did have an A progress index for 2 years in a row, but if you remember from earlier in the presentation, I mentioned they do have an F letter grade for the students with disabilities and English learner subgroup, so that is why they are shaded in red and not in green. This is another recommendation that would send students to a higher performing facility or a higher quality facility. Recognizing, I know that the letter grades are all the same, but currently both Paul Breaux and Scott Middle have a higher SPS than Lafayette Middle School does by somewhere between 7 to 10 points. Again, Alamon, Breaux, and Scott all have significant capacity to accept the number of students that are at Lafayette Middle School. And just, as a reminder, this connects to scenario number 1 in that any student zoned to Paul Breaux Middle School would have the opportunity to attend a new campus if these recommendations are enacted. Our fourth recommendation, which is connected to the Lafayette Middle School recommendation that you just heard, is to close S.J. Montgomery Elementary School and move those students into the Lafayette Middle School campus and other nearby facilities as needed. The poor condition of the S.J. Montgomery facility was a consistent theme throughout our community engagement sessions. I think in the survey, at every community feedback session, it came up in the superintendent's community advisory panel. The poor quality of the S.J. Montgomery facility, we heard that loud and clear. Currently, S.J. Montgomery has 670 students. Lafayette Middle School can accommodate 650 middle school students. Now, facility capacity is different for elementary and middle school campuses because in middle school you can cycle students through the same room. So the reason why there is some ambiguity in this recommendation is because we would need to see what the elementary capacity would be of the current Lafayette Middle School site. And as I mentioned, this recommendation would move all students to higher quality facilities or similar or higher performing campuses. You can see that currently the Lafayette Middle School is one of the most expensive middle school campuses. We believe that filling it with the students from S.J. Montgomery would bring the cost per student down significantly and put those students in a better quality facility. Our fifth recommendation is not related to the first four. The first four were sort of interconnected. This recommendation is to close Doosan Elementary and rezone those students to Charles Burke, to Austin, and to Westside. This is a recommendation where every school involved meets at least two of the priorities. I do want to call out Doosan has one of the most expensive elementary school cost per student. It is not only above the 75th percentile for cost per student of elementary schools, it is $2,500 per student higher than the 75th percentile. It's also important to note that the Doosan Elementary, the permanent facility, cannot accommodate additional students. I believe the school has a capacity of roughly 210 students. The enrollment right now is somewhere around 204. So if we were to add students to make it more efficient, those students would then need to be housed in portable facilities. Additionally, for Doosan Elementary School, something that stuck out to us, we recognize the unique nature of the Doosan community. We have been to the Doosan community. Our thought was that the family choice would be quite high for Doosan Elementary School. It is actually one of the lower rates for elementary schools. It is one of those outliers. Only 64% of Doosan families, of families that are zoned to Doosan Elementary School, are sending their kids there. And lastly, recognizing the unique nature of this recommendation specifically and the Doosan community itself, we are recommending that this board and this school district partner with the city of Doosan to find a way to use the Doosan Elementary School facility in a way that continues to benefit the community. Our next recommendation is to close Catherine Drexel Elementary School and rezone the K-5 students that are there to surrounding elementary schools, while simultaneously repurposing the new wing of that facility as a pre-K only site, similar to Truman Early Childhood that you have on the other side of the river. We know that the status of this new wing, it can accommodate pre-K students. We also know that the older part of the facility is of lower quality, so we believe this would be moving students generally to higher quality facilities. All students in this recommendation, all elementary school students, will be moving to higher performing campuses. Similarly, if we create a pre-K only campus on the Catherine Drexel site, that will open up additional space at some of your most popular elementary schools in the district, in the BO, Galette, and Green Tea Linden elementary zones, as well as some others in the area. And those additional classrooms could either be used to accommodate more students or to provide additional programming for the students that are there. Our seventh recommendation for tonight is to close Como High School and rezone those students to newer facilities. The enrollment at Como High School has decreased by roughly 500 students in the last 5 years, and only 66% of the students that are zoned there attend there. We also heard throughout the community engagement process that the Como High School facility, the vast majority of the facility did not meet the standard that the community wanted for its high school students. Obviously, there is high facility investment at Como. That is overwhelmingly because of the new fine arts construction that has been done in the last 10 years at the school. This recommendation, Como High School is located directly in the middle of some of the parish's most popular and newest facilities. So this recommendation would maximize the number of students that have seats at those facilities. We are also recommending that the Como campus be repurposed as a career center, as an alternative setting, put the recent investments in athletic and arts infrastructure to use as a middle school athletic and arts facility. We believe there are ample opportunities to reuse this facility and take a facility like EJ Sam offline. Moving down to recommendation 8. I mentioned we heard a lot about grade reconfigurations as part of our community engagement process. This recommendation is to reconfigure Galette, Green Tea Linden, and Youngsville Middle School as a K-8 that for purposes of this recommendation we're calling Youngsville Academy. So with this recommendation, 5th graders would be shifted from Galette and Linden to Youngsville Middle. They would matriculate automatically from 4th grade to the new campus at Youngsville Middle. As part of this recommendation, we are also encouraging the board and the district to expand STEM programming throughout Youngsville Academy. I have mentioned before, talking about revealed preferences. Overwhelmingly, parents are choosing fine arts and STEM programming. And something that we heard consistently throughout the engagement process was, I recognize that not every building is going to be brand new, but there should be a consistent standard of care, and there should be programming that my student benefits from. And one way, if you can't build a new campus at every site, which no district can, one way to keep students from moving to private, parochial, or charter schools is to have high quality, in-demand programming at those schools. Lastly, similar to the Bro Northside recommendation, rising 5th graders at Galette and Green Tea Linden would also have access to accelerated programming and extracurricular activities at the Youngsville Middle School campus to get them, I know they're in 4th and 5th grade, but get them on the right path so that they are taking advanced level coursework by the time they get to high school. We have, I believe, 4 recommendations remaining. Our next one is to add neighborhood preference in the lottery to all 100% magnet schools. Lafayette Parish has 4 100% magnet schools, J. Wallace James, L. Leo Giudice, Myrtle Place, and David Thibodeau STEM. Another consistent piece of feedback that we heard through our community engagement was, if I live directly next to this school, I would hope that I would have access to the school that's in my neighborhood, even if it's 100% magnet. So our recommendation is that you open up 25% of available seats to people that live in the neighborhood, as long as those students meet the existing admissions requirement at that school. This recommendation would not impact any student that is currently at the facility. It only impacts those open seats, and it maintains the same admissions requirement while simultaneously making some of the district's highest performing and most sought after schools available to the people that can see the facility from their front yards. Just as we are not architects and we are not demographers, we do not know, we are not the right people to determine the neighborhood boundaries that would receive this preference, and so we would leave that recommendation up to district staff and to the board. Recommendation 10, again being responsive to the demand for programming, would be to create an elementary fine arts magnet at Middlebrook to be a feeder for LJ Alamon Middle School. If you look, what you see on the screen and the map, those are enrollment zones for elementary schools. The LJ Alamon enrollment zone extends along this road and incorporates not only the school itself, but much of its enrollment zone. We know the popularity of arts programming across the district. We know the popularity of LJ Alamon, the reputation that it has in this district. We want to make sure that as many students as possible are gaining access to this high quality programming. So we have already recommended that we fill Corporal Middlebrook through the recommendation at Catherine Drexel. We add students to that school, and then those students would have a continuous fine arts pathway from K through 8th grade. This recommendation capitalizes on the school's close proximity, and these are 2 schools in the district that meet all 4 priorities. These are thriving schools, and so we believe that this recommendation would maximize the number of students in higher performing facilities. Recommendation number 11, I'm starting to sound a little bit like a broken record as far as expanding popular programming. We have identified a number of schools that have either seen a large enrollment decline or have vacant seats available to them, where it would make sense for the district to consider opening up additional fine arts and STEM programming seats. I will say, very often, when a district talks with community members, they might hear about, it is a good idea to have XYZ programming, let's say scuba diving programming for the sake of this example. But when you get to filling out the applications, parents reveal their preferences. And in Lafayette, the preferences at the elementary school and middle school level especially are for fine arts and for STEM programming. If we are trying to keep students in the parish, if we're trying to attract students to our public schools, the way to do that is to respond to those revealed preferences. And STEM. Recommendation number 12, we have 3 campuses involved in this. We do not yet have a recommendation for which school we're recommending for closure, but we believe we should consolidate Barranco, Boucher, and Falk. We take those 3 schools and turn them into 2. As you can see from the 3rd bullet point, there is extensive capacity at these schools. I also want to recognize that through the investments of local philanthropy and from this district, the ACE programming at Falk and Barranco has been quite popular and quite successful, and so this recommendation would maximize the number of students that would benefit from that type of programming. It is also important to point out that the Boucher enrollment zone has some of the highest concentrations of poverty of any census tract within Lafayette, and so we believe those students would benefit greatly from access to ACE programming. And if these recommendations are enacted, if the recommendations that you've heard tonight are enacted, there would be a continuum of support and a pathway from Truman Early Childhood through ACE programming at the elementary school level to a new Paul Breaux at Northside campus and a new Northside High School campus. Again, that is consistent with what we believe are the civic and public investments in the 70501 zip code, and it creates a pathway for those students, for some of the students who are most at risk within the parish. Our next recommendation, this also came through community engagement, is to review and align magnet programming with parent demand and also the LDOE's new high school accountability. There are significant changes coming to high school accountability. We are not experts in the high school accountability formula and how it's changing, but we recommend you have some districts in this building. They should compare the new high school accountability with the programming that you're offering and make sure that you're able to maximize your performance for the Louisiana Department of Education's school performance scores. Additionally, as part of the community engagement, we heard about a geographic misalignment of magnet programming. So for instance, if I'm at the environmental science program at Judice Elementary School, I then move to I move eastward to Lafayette Middle School for my middle school years, and then I move further eastward to David Thibodeau STEM for my high school years. Similarly, I believe it's informatics at Karen Crowe High School. You have to go from Karen Crowe Middle School. You have to go from Karen Crowe Middle School to Lafayette High School. So there's some geographic misalignment, and there's some opportunities to clean that up a little bit. Currently, there's no magnet programming in the Southside High School enrollment zone. Some of our recommendations would bring that programming. Again, if you can't build a new building everywhere, one way to attract and retain families is through high-quality programming that they have shown that they want.
Mr. Parker, that's Leo Judy's, correct? The Environmental Academy?
That's
Okay,
correct.
we have Judy's Middle, so I just wanted to
Yes,
make sure that it's
that's right.
Leo Judy's.
I should have
It's okay, I
clarified.
just
Sorry
wanted to
about that.
confirm that.
Our last recommendation for this evening is a series of longer-term recommendations that we believe will improve outcomes for students and be responsive to the community feedback that we heard. The first is about school culture. You heard me talking about it at the beginning of the meeting tonight. Overwhelmingly, we heard about the need for positive school culture, but everybody defines that differently. There are 9 board members. There would be 9 different definitions for what a positive school culture is. However, we believe that this school system should engage with the vendor to conduct an annual school culture and climate survey. There are a number of districts that do this. There are a number of vendors that provide this survey, this service. And so you would be able to look on an annual basis, how happy are your families, how happy are your employees, and then you would be able to take action based on that information. So we believe that is one way to improve outcomes long term. Additionally, on facilities planning, we heard consistently, from the community, we know not every building is going to be brand new, but there should be a consistent standard of care. And so we are recommending that this board work with a partner to develop a comprehensive facilities master plan specifically related to ongoing maintenance and construction. In addition to that, and I think this is probably most relevant for the long-range planning committee of this board, would be to develop a facilities condition index and a facilities disposition policy. If some of these recommendations, or if these recommendations are enacted, there will be vacant campuses, and the board should have a standardized way that they handle the disposition of these properties. There are a number of districts that have these policies available, and we think it would be a strong recommendation for this board. And then lastly, for school performance, we think that this school system should develop a comprehensive school performance framework, which honestly is similar to the school profiles that you see, sort of a one-page summary of, as a school system, defining what quality is, and then measuring every year how your schools are performing against that definition of quality. We believe that would help you evaluate student outcomes and continually go through the process to place more students in higher performing schools. I now return to our initial kind of slide, the purpose of why we're here, the purpose of why you see these recommendations. We are seeking to better utilize resources of the district, improve outcomes for students, teachers, families, and the community. I would be remiss if I didn't say something on the microphone right now that I should have said at the beginning. Board members, I recognize this is the first time that you are seeing these recommendations. Members of the public, the board asked for an independent group to make independent recommendations. That is what we have done. We will have ample opportunities for feedback, both from members of the board and members of the community. But I did want to say, and I apologize for not saying it earlier, that I recognize that this is also the first time that you are seeing these recommendations. This is the same summary slide that you saw earlier. Again, these are the 7 facilities that will be taken offline if these recommendations are enacted. These are the schools that will be repurposed. The facilities we're recommending for new campuses. Schools with expanded programming. This list is currently at 5, but it could be much greater. The grade reconfigurations that we mentioned at both Catherine Drexel and across the Youngsville Academy campuses. And then these are the 16 schools that would receive additional students and thus become more efficient. And when we say more efficient, what we mean is more money is available to go towards programming, more money is available to go towards things like teacher pay, which is something that we heard overwhelmingly in the survey was important to this community. If you make hard decisions, you will be able to put more money into programming, more money into staffing. I will also say it's not represented in these slides, but in other districts where we have done this work, we have helped to reduce or even completely eliminate the teacher shortage issues that they are facing, simply because when you have to hire for fewer positions, when you don't have 13,500 vacant seats in your district, you are able to, you do not have to rely on temporary teachers, you do not have to rely on long-term subs. You are able to fill your classrooms with experienced certified teachers. As I've mentioned, there are a number of feedback opportunities that are available. There is a QR code on the screen right now that will take members of the community to a survey to offer. The survey is going live as I am speaking. Again, because these are independent recommendations. We will keep that survey open for the next several weeks to gain feedback from members of the community. We will also be reconvening our community advisory panel next week, and we will have another round of community feedback sessions at Northside High School, at Acadiana High School, and Southside High School. These are the same campuses where we held the first round. We want to maintain consistency. The location is the same, the time is the same. The only thing that has changed is the date. We also will have all of this information posted on the website. There is, the district has put together a district optimization specific page where you will see this presentation, you will see all of the school profiles, there will be a link to the survey, there will be this public email address available. The reason we stress community engagement so much in this process is because it has been exceptionally helpful as we have developed these recommendations, and we know that we don't have all of the context, values, and experience that we need in order to make these decisions, and we will only make these recommendations stronger if we hear more from the community throughout this process. I'm going to stop at this point and ask board members, do you have any clarifying questions about any of the recommendations that you've seen tonight?
This is the complete parish, right? We've done with the parish.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have a question about the schools of choice.
Yes, sir.
You said they're gonna allow 25% of the area to go in the zone. Are they gonna remove 25%, or are they gonna add 25%?
No, sir. So this recommendation will not impact any student that is currently at the facility. If they are, I'll use J. Wallace James as an example. If they're at J. Wallace James, they will have their seat consistently, and I'll turn it over to my colleague who is an enrollment expert to kind of explain a little bit more about the process for the 25% neighborhood preference.
Every year, these schools have a lottery for admission, and there are a set of available seats for those schools, typically in the entry grade. So if there were 100 seats available in grade 6, for example, you would take 25% of those seats and say students who live in this zone around the school get priority for those seats. So it wouldn't impact kids who are already there. Everyone currently enrolled gets to remain. It would impact incoming classes.
Okay, I was just wondering if we were just adding 25% more students, because some of those schools are at capacity.
That's right. And so we recognize that, and you know,
And
while we would love to
ultimately,
fill
the
these
zone-
It'll be
schools,
through attrition.
Yeah, the
That's
zone
right.
kids have to qualify, meet
that's right.
qualifications,
We are
I
recommending
guess,
that they
of the academy.
that they still have to meet the existing admissions requirements.
There's so much to say, but I do want to agree. I think almost everyone in the parish could actually agree on that 25% of the home zone qualifying for a magnet academy. You know, LJ Alamo enjoys a home zone, yet we are a magnet academy, and I've often felt that it's very unfair that some of our other magnet academies do not have home zones. You can't live across from the school and have the chance to go there, or you just have the same chance as everybody else in the parish. So I think that is probably one that all of us here can agree on. So thank you.
All right, so for Myrtle Place specifically, being it's a French immersion, 100% French immersion, the 25% zone, they're gonna have to do French immersion. We're not introducing like English classes or anything since it's 100% French.
That's right. So typically with language immersion schools, in order to be eligible for an open seat in, say, fourth grade. You can't just walk into a French immersion
Correct.
school in fourth grade if you've never been there. So they would be required to pass whatever proficiency exam is required of the current students.
But all incoming new students, they would have to be in French immersion, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to clear out because my phone's going to blow up in a little bit.
in alignment with
Just
our
let you know.
in alignment with our recommendation, that would be the case.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
fantastic. Thank you.
I'm having trouble with my computer.
Well, while he's having trouble, let me ask, have your recommendations, did you do any transportation studies on how your recommendations would impact transportation in our district? It's a large.
So one of the reasons why we make initial recommendations and then move forward to final recommendations later is because, as I mentioned, these are independent recommendations. While we have gained information from the district, we have not shared this presentation with anyone in advance of tonight. And moving forward at the next month's meeting, you will hear information from us on transportation impacts, on the financial savings of these recommendations, and any additional response that we've heard from community feedback. Now, we certainly consider major barriers, whether it is, an interstate or a river or a significant railroad tracks. When we do this work, we consider travel time and we consider those major kind of geographic barriers, but they are a factor of our initial recommendations and are not yet defining the ultimate recommendation.
So board members, again, and this kind of goes along with Mrs. Hidalgo's, we're seeing this for the first time, and I can tell you the one thing that I'm gonna start doing is start meeting with staff, and we're gonna need to start looking whether or not these are possibilities or if this could actually be a reality. But more importantly, I will tell you that I just want to make sure that you all understand is that we have leaders out there and we have teachers that could be very concerned about what they heard tonight. So we are going to have to regroup after this meeting, and we're going to have a plan moving forward. So if you guys can just give us some time, I will provide you with adequate feedback throughout this as we lead to anything coming back to you. But, very good question. Did we consider transportation? No, we haven't. We have to go back and see whether or not what these recommendations are calling for, if this is a possibility. And by all means, every aspect of capacity and so on and so forth, we're going to have to look at all of that. And we got to make sure that before we make any final decisions, that this is something that you guys have in front of you to make the best decision.
And one last question. Outside of the feedback opportunities, which were great and evidently worked great, outside of those, what can us as board members do? It's going to be very hard to control the conversation about many or most of these recommendations. What can we do as board members when we have 16,000 or more constituents that we represent do over the next 5, 6, 7, however many weeks to enhance the feedback opportunities?
So I think that's a great question. I was actually going to say something like this. In your role as board members, I think it would be extremely helpful. You will receive outreach about these recommendations, I have no doubt. And when you receive that outreach, we've actually prepared a one-page document that shares all of this information that you can use or members of the district staff can use. And I think we have shown through the previous round of surveys and community feedback sessions that we did, we always survey our own performance, and we got a positive response from the people that engaged in the process. And so we would just ask that you funnel as many people as possible to these feedback opportunities. If they can't fill out the survey, if they can't make the feedback sessions, we have a public email address that we are monitoring on a daily basis. These recommendations will only be stronger if more people are involved.
Last thing for me. I'm sorry, go ahead. No, I just wanted to, you might have mentioned this earlier, but just for clarification so the public can hear, because again, like Roddy said, it's going to start. Just give me a few examples of what went into those decisions. Like what maybe the top 3 reasons that we made that recommendation.
Sure. So we are always, again, sort of our foundational principle is we are always trying to get students in higher performing facilities, higher quality facilities, and higher performing schools. So that is at the very foundation what we are trying to do. As far as the feedback that we received, we had over 1,200 responses to our initial survey, which is a tremendous response rate. We have never had a response rate that high. So I want to commend the Lafayette Parish community for coming out and being a part of this process already. I will also say, Board Member DeSormo, that we looked at any data that was available to us, both publicly available data from the Louisiana Department of Education, as well as the Lafayette Parish school system staff was extremely responsible to any request, extremely responsive to any requests that we had for anything from the finance code that was used to go into our cost per student numbers to additional context about the quality of building improvements that have been, the type of building improvements that have been done. So we really do, we have both heard more from the Lafayette Parish community and I think gotten more data from the district than any district we've worked with in the past.
And
If
so
I could
it sounds
just
like
add
the
one thing.
buildings helped, because we're on a long-range planning committee, so I know there's some issues there. So the condition of the buildings and then higher performing schools for sure, that's to say that's probably the top two, right?
That's
Or
correct.
just roughly the top two.
And if I could just mention, the surveys are probably the best thing that you can direct constituents to right away, because they cover every one of these recommendations individually. They give a specific, I agree, I don't agree, I like, I don't like, but then they allow room for a full, open response. So every one of these recommendations has that opportunity. So we will be able to get an immediate reaction, as many constituents as you can direct to that QR code. And then once we get that, we could even report back at a long-term planning committee meeting and say, here's kind of feedback we got. And then people can see that they've been heard, that their ideas. But to very specifically answer your question, survey, that QR code is the simplest, easiest way to get the most amount of information back to us as possible.
And Gabby just
I
informed me,
sent it
we
to
already
all
have
of y'all.
roughly 10 responses to our survey since it went public about 15 minutes ago.
How many?
I do have
10 responses.
another quick question, and maybe I missed it. I want to go back to the schools of choice. If like El Leo Judice, the majority of their population every year is over 25% of those kids that come from Scott, right? Does that count towards their 25%?
It would, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So essentially, kids that live within the neighborhood would have two chances to attend the school.
Okay.
They'd have a chance in the first 25%, and then they would also be entered in the lottery for the remaining 75% if they didn't make it in the first neighborhood.
Because we could actually have more than 25% from.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then El Leo Judice Environmental Science, it would feed to Lafayette Middle. Well, if there's no longer Lafayette Middle, where would it feed to? I might have missed it.
Yep.
I just didn't see it.
So that's not in our recommendations, and one of the reasons why is we want to make sure that there's geographical alignment. And so I think that will likely be part of our final recommendations, but is not part of tonight's.
Can I just ask real quick? Did you meet with our demographer or get any of his information? Okay.
Yes, we've had multiple meetings with.
And then,
with the demographer.
obviously, I mean, we're looking at continuous development and community growth, and then I know there's obviously, I don't know if you met with our Bessie board member and looked at applications for other schools in the area. Are all those things going to be taken into consideration before the final recommendations
So
or the final decision?
we have not gained access to application information, but we have access to enrollment information,
Okay.
and we know the number of seats that are available at the the Bessie authorized charters within the district. If you remember from some of our first meetings, for the sake of brevity, and I know everyone will laugh because this hasn't been a brief presentation, but we looked at, there was a graph that showed sort of the significant increase in charter enrollment and the increase in private and parochial enrollment as Lafayette Parish's enrollment has remained consistent. So we have been following those developments and following the enrollment of the schools in the most impacted areas.
Yeah, because I know there's an expansion of 1,000 seats on the north, so that was taken into
That's correct.
consideration.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to make sure that some of those things were involved in this consideration. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I just want to emphasize that what we're trying to do in the very overall picture is figure out how you can attract more students to this school district and how you can compete with the charter schools that are out there. That is in the back of our minds. That's what's going on at all times. So when you see some of these recommendations, it might look on its face like, well, I'm not sure about that, but let's have a further discussion because it is designed to help you maximize your enrollment in Lafayette.
So in the same tone, when the main catalyst in having this district optimization plan, is the financial responsibility with providing education with our taxpayers' dollars. So you're saying at the next meeting you're going to present the financial impact of these recommendations?
That's correct. And board members, we will present the financial impact to you individually as soon as we have that information. But we could not both be independent and not share these recommendations with the staff and also find out the financial impact. You cannot do both of those things. And
So are you saying you're going to release the financial impact before our next meeting?
we will, I think the plan is to communicate the financial impact that we have to you as board members as soon as we hear it. And we will also, if we have that information before the community feedback sessions, that will likely also be part of the community feedback sessions as well. And then we will present it formally with the final recommendations at the November
Okay.
meeting.
Okay.
Yes,
I would
certainly.
appreciate that because, to go through such major changes and realize you're saving a small amount of money compared, we've got to be sure that, before we recommend some of these schools go offline, as you call it, that it's absolutely worth the amount of money that we could redistribute.
Certainly, and different districts calculate savings in different ways. Just as a ballpark, we've worked with some districts in the past that have said, we don't even want to calculate the financial savings because it's about putting more kids in higher quality seats. And we've had other districts that say, we save $3 million every time we close a school. So different districts calculate in different ways. We will work closely with your chief financial officer, the superintendent, and his team to make sure that we are getting numbers that are accurate. And I will also remind board members, overwhelmingly, the number one priority of members in this community was teacher pay. And we believe that there will be savings from these recommendations. And part of those savings can go towards things like the construction of new facilities that we're recommending. And part of those things can go to additional programming. And part of those things part of that savings can go towards teacher pay.
Okay. So considering that we have so much information to come at the next meeting and hopefully in between the next meeting, I would love for my fellow board members to consider pushing back our November meeting by 1 week. It's supposed to be on November 13th, and so the 20th would give us one more week to be able to reach everyone in the community, meet with our schools. I know this is a very busy time of year, and
A second.
a second. Do we need a?
No, you can just,
Okay,
I can direct the superintendent to move it.
you can? Okay, and the president can direct the superintendent to move the meeting.
Superintendent Touche, can you please advise staff we'll be moving the November 13th meeting to November 20th?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much, board members. I will, this timeline represents sort of the significant milestones throughout this process. As I mentioned, we're not only presenting the initial recommendations tonight, but also the survey is now live. The school profiles will be posted to the district optimization website. They might already be on there. We will have a community advisory panel meeting next week. At the end of this month, we will do our community engagement sessions, and then on November 20th, we will come back to present our final recommendations to the board.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it. It's a lot of information to digest. If you're ready, ladies and gentlemen, we can get to our consent agenda. Thank you all very much for being here this evening.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to go ahead and read the consent agenda. Any board member wants to pull an item, he may. Just because an item is not pulled does not mean it cannot be discussed in globo. To let most of you know, I don't think we're going to pull the resolutions, but we'll still be able to speak on them and read them. Anyone speaking on an item, please speak for or against. And here we go. 4.1, insurance, Medicare Advantage Plan mandate for January 1st, 2025. New hires when retired and Medicare eligible. Four point two, premiums for Medicare eligible retirees and dependents.
Pull it.
Two of
I
them.
got it. That's Hannah.
4.3, group health insurance cost savings recommendations by Gallagher. 4.4, discussion and or action concerning proposed state-approved stipend of $2,000/$1,000 and related Fund 20 budget revisions. 4.5, discussion and or action concerning the reorganization of sales tax and construction facilities and maintenance departments. 4.6, discussion and or action to use contingency funds for Northside High School projects within the self-funded construction fund. 4.7, discussion or action concerning the October budget to actual revisions for fiscal year 24-25. 4.8, discussion and or action concerning the lease agreement on Section 16 property and do so. 4.9, discussion and or action concerning the 2024-2025 proposed projects for fundraising matching program. 4.10, discussion and or action concerning, same thing. Discussion and action concerning the lease agreement on Section 16 property and do so. Yeah. 4.11, discussion and or action concerning the 2002 half-cent sales tax fund declaration of excess distribution, teacher pay, scale increase, reserve, and an instructional pay.
Pull it.
It's already done. Discussion and 4.12, discussion or action concerning the request for proposal on Section 16 property and do so. Yep. You busy there, District 1. 4.13, discussion or action concerning resolution 10-024-2107 National Principals Month. 4.14, discussion and action concerning resolution 10-04-2106 National 4-H Week. 4.15, discussion and action concerning resolution 10-024-2105 Custodial Worker Appreciation Day. 4.16, approval of resolution 10-24-2109 naming football field at Carencro High School Mac Barus football field. 4.17, discussion or action concerning resolution 10-024-2103 National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. 4.18, discussion or action concerning resolution 10-024-2102 National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. 4.19, child nutrition, discussion or action concerning resolution 10-024-2104 National School Lunch Week. 4.20, transportation, discussion and or action concerning resolution 10-24-2108 National School Bus Safety Week. 4.21, discussion and or action concerning the minutes of September 18th, 2024 and October 1st, 2024. And 4.22 is approval of all action consent items. I'll entertain a motion to approve all items not pulled.
Mr. President, I move that we we approve all items not pulled from the agenda.
Second.
I second it.
Josh.
We have a motion by Mr. Bergeron, second by Mr. Edmond, that we approve all items not pulled. Is there any public comment on any items not pulled? Come on up, young lady.
Hi, great school board. Stephanie Skinner Touchette. I want to comment on 414. I would like to say that I love 4-H for our beautiful children. Our children are so blessed by the 4-H club. It brings them great qualities. It also gives them confidence, moral knowledge, and most importantly, good character. The 4-H club brings our children outdoors into the beauty and midst of nature, being God's landscape. I am thrilled and I am excited that the 4-H is offered to and is there for our children. The next one I want to talk about is 418, National Domestic Violence Week. About National Domestic Violence Week, I want to say it's a shame and a travesty that we even have to talk about something horrific like this. For our police say a domestic violence call is one of the most dangerous calls for them when they have to respond to one. We as a public school system can help prevent domestic violence literally by not allowing another school closure or lockdown as we saw during the scandemic COVID. We do not close our schools or town because a criminal federal government or a bioweapon creating CDC says so. Our evil government knew what they were doing. When you lock people in their houses, take their life, business, their purpose for existing, and their freedom, people lose it. They turn to alcohol and drugs. And even if they don't do that, there is a frustration that builds. Under these government unconstitutional thieving imprisonment orders from Washington, D.C., the domestic violence number skyrocketed. So great school board, we must not comply with the federal government and the CDC ever again. Also nowadays, there is legalized domestic violence. Yes, you heard me right, legalized domestic violence. In the Olympics, we all saw a big giant man who said he was a woman be allowed in a female boxing match. He pulverized her face, bashing in her face for all the world to see, while getting an award for it. We must stand against this satanic behavior in our community. The next one I want to talk about is National School Lunch Week. About National School Lunch Week, we need to focus on the unhealthiness that our children are being fed in the school grounds. We have a criminal USDA, and a criminal FDA in the Food and Drug Administration. These two agencies have been caught putting toxins in our food and farmlands. Toxins such as paraquat, Roundup, atrazine, glyphosate, heavy metals, pesticides, herbicides, and heavy metals, even biosludge, which is, yes, great school board, human feces. We here in America have the most unhealthy food in the world. Some foods that these agencies approve here in the U.S. are banned in other countries. The USDA, the FDA, and Congress go out of their way to deplete our soil and minerals, spray chemtrails that poison our food and poison our water with fluoride. I would love to see Lafayette Parish School System start feeding children non-GMO organic food from a local grocery in towns such as Rouse's, for example. Currently in this country, I do believe some school districts are doing exactly that. It's a sin and atrocity that we feed our children.
Sorry, ma'am, that's your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You don't want to give me a little extra tonight?
Not tonight, we busy
Okay.
tonight. Ms. Martin? And I'll say it again as you walk up, Ms. Martin, thank you for always letting me be the one that puts your item on the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay?
Good evening, Mr. Touchette, Mr. Rabelais, and members of the board. My name is Roxanne Morton. I have been an employee of the Lafayette Parish School System for the past 26 years, and I'm a domestic abuse survivor. Thank you for allowing me to speak for the past 6 years and proclaiming October National Domestic Awareness Month. In the past, I've spoken about survivors of domestic violence, victims of domestic violence, and my own negative and positive experiences of being a victim and survivor of domestic violence. This year, I want to speak specifically about children living with domestic violence. I passed out a pamphlet for each of you and for anyone who may want to know more about the impact of domestic violence on children. Statistics say that more than 1 in 4 children are exposed to some sort of family violence. In homes where domestic violence occurs, children are abused at a rate of 1,500 times higher than the national average. 1,500 times higher. 63% of boys between the ages of 11 and 20 who are arrested for murder have killed their mother's abuser. Parents try to hide domestic violence. Sadly, I'm one of those parents. My children knew exactly what was going on. Children respond differently to violence. They may have trouble concentrating, complain of headaches, become frustrated, fight, or withdraw. Their emotions can range anywhere from anger to confusion, sadness, depression, and anxiety. If you suspect someone is experiencing violence in their home, do not be afraid to ask and offer help. Listen to them. Let them know that you are a safe person to talk to. Remind the person that violence is not their fault. Provide them with numbers to agencies that can help them. I'm asking the leaders of the Lafayette Parish school system and the citizens of Lafayette Parish to wear purple on Wednesdays to raise awareness of domestic violence, especially its effect on children. In conclusion, I want to thank my family, friends, and co-workers for their continued support of me as I work through the long process of healing from living in a domestic violence marriage for 30 years. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Is there any other public comment on any item? Okay, is there any board comment or resolutions that want to be read?
Yes, sir. I'd like to read the National Principals Month resolution.
Go ahead, Mr. Lejeune.
Whereas school principals play an integral role in the education and growth of children in elementary, middle, and secondary schools across the state of Louisiana, and whereas school principals are responsible for promoting education and building relationships with parents and teachers to ensure that each child receives services that allow them to excel in the classroom, and whereas in the primary responsibility of the Lafayette Parish school system to preserve and improve resources for schools so that all students have access to a quality education and a foundation for a successful future, and whereas educational leaders face many challenges in supporting and educating our young students, and it is through their perseverance and passion that Lafayette Parish continues to produce quality, career-ready students, and whereas we must continue to encourage, support, and recognize our school leaders who have a positive impact on our students and the educational system of the Lafayette Parish School Board. Therefore, the Lafayette Parish School Board proclaims the month of October 2024 as National Principals Month to recognize principals for all that they do to help our children learn and succeed. And I'd like to congratulate and thank all of the assistant principals and principals that serve our schools and our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lejeune.
I can go next.
I also have one. Well, go ahead, Josh, you first.
Mr. Edmond?
Whereas Mac Barrows became the first head football in Lafayette Parish to ever capture a state football championship, and whereas Mac Barrows left an indelible mark on so many high school programs in the Lafayette area, helping them elevate their standard of success, but moreover, leaving an indelible mark on the lives of decades of Carencro High School athletes, from their work ethic to their relentless pursuit of excellence that he demanded from his student athletes. Whereas Mac Barrows became the head coach of Carencro High in 1990, inheriting a program with no significant playoff success in history, and over the course of his 17 years as head coach, turned Carencro into a powerhouse. Whereas in his first year as head coach, Barrows matched the school's previous 24-year season win high with an 8-3 regular season record in a playoff game appearance. And just 2 seasons later, his team would finish with a 14-1 record and capture the 1992 state championship. Whereas Mac Barrows players hated to hear the dreaded back through the goalposts, start this whole thing over cry from the fiery coach who demand high quantities of repetitions executed with high quality. And whereas Mac Barrows was fiercely dedicated to his assistant coaches, to Carencro High School, the community of Carencro, and sought to achieve excellence through his entire coaching career, now therefore be it resolved that the Carencro High School Stadium Field be named Mac Barrows Field at the Open Air Crow Dome. A dedication ceremony will be held October 11, 2024 at a game versus Lafayette High. Go Bears.
Thank you, Mr. Edmond.
Go Bears.
The one thing your resolution didn't say was the time Mac took the C off the helmet and told them they were going to have to earn it back. I remember that.
That's right. Yeah.
That was our game. Yeah, I remember. That's why you think I mentioned it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. DeZarmo.
So this is the Lafayette Parish School Board Resolution 10-024-2108, National School Bus Safety Week. Whereas National School Bus Safety Week, held annually during the third full week of October, is an active and involving public education program that encourages parents, students, teachers, motorists, and school bus operators, school administrators, and other interested parties to join forces and address the importance of school bus safety, with this year's theme being one bus plus one driver equals a big impact on education. And whereas the school buses are the main form of transportation to and from schools with many students, and thus they have a direct impact on the student punctuality, attendance, and success, whereas the entire transportation department bears tremendous responsibility devising complex routes and schedules, helping families make transportation arrangements, maneuvering traffic in various road conditions, maintaining behavior on the bus, and ensuring the safety of their most precious cargo. And whereas the first school district employee who greets many of the students each morning and the last one to say goodbye to each kid in the afternoon. Whereas the over 325 school bus transportation employees should be recognized for their exemplary safety performance exhibited each day, which ensures the highest level of care for the motorists and the student riders. And whereas the transportation department, a vital component of our Lafayette Parish school system, deserve recognition for their hard work and diligence for all the students of Lafayette Parish. And now there is be resolved that Lafayette Parish recognizes and declares October 14th through the October 18th, 2024 as National School Bus Safety Week in Lafayette Parish, Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. DeZarmo. Ms. Mason, you had something you want to mention?
I just wanted to mention item 4.4. Just wanted to say thanks to our state legislature for appropriating the $2,000 stipend to certified employees and $1,000 stipends to support staff non-certificated employees. But just want to mention that Lafayette Parish here is also giving every employee that works for us that additional $1,000. So every employee will get a $2,000 stipend. And that is to recognize that our teachers cannot teach without being supported by everyone who is at the school. So thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Before we go to the vote, I'll let everyone know Ms. Trahan is not here this evening. She had a pretty scary situation with an airplane flight, so she's not here this evening, and that is the only reason she's not here. So I wanted to mention that so you know why Ms. Trahan is not here.
Mr. Latchley, can I say something else?
Sure.
I want to kind of piggyback on what Mr. Edmond said. I want to personally congratulate Coach Barus. Of course, had a lot of opportunities to coach against him. It was always very exciting. His coaches, that's okay. His teams were always very competitive, well coached, very disciplined, and it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. So I'd like to personally congratulate Coach Barus for the field being named after him.
The only thing, Mr. Lejeune, you forgot to tell him you were coaching at Lafayette High back then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. LeBou.
I just want to say on top of what Ms. Mason said, we did have Custodial Worker Appreciation Day this month, and I just want to give a special thank you to all the custodians. We know that they're the first ones at school and the last ones to leave, and they just, our kids, they enrich our kids in different ways, and our kids just love them, and we appreciate all they do for our facilities, especially knowing that some of our facilities have many challenges, so we appreciate that. And then also want to thank my fellow board members for acknowledging Breast Cancer Awareness Month. As somebody whose mom, grandmother, and sister all had breast cancer by the age of 48, it's a big deal in our family. So if we do have any survivors in the house, would you please stand just so we can acknowledge you and congratulate you on your cancer journey. Thank you so much. Our prayers are always with you.
Mr. Hidalgo?
Just want to echo Ms. Mason's comments on item 4.4. I want to thank the legislature. I want to thank the board here and the superintendent and his staff. We heard tonight from our presenters that the community meetings, who were not just teachers, it was made up of largely of residents and non-teachers. Very highly agree that teachers should be paid more, and that does include the support staff as well. It's not just teachers. So congratulations to them. I'm so happy that we're able to do this, and I can't wait until we can make something more permanent, you know, maybe in next year's budget for those support workers as well as our teachers.
Thank you. With that being said, Madam Secretary, I'll call for the vote.
Eight for, none against.
Motion carries. We'll go ahead now and start with the items that were pulled. There were 3 of them pulled. We'll start with 4.1. Medicare Advantage Plan mandate for January 1st, 2025. All new hires when retired and Medicare eligible. You pull that, Mr. Hidalgo?
I'd like to make a motion that we, board approve the recommendation by the Board Insurance Committee on September 18th, 2024, that all new hires effective January 1st, 2025, once they are retired and become Medicare eligible, are required to get Medicare Parts A and B, and that they and their eligible dependents are mandated to move in the Group Medicare Advantage Plan.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second it.
Second by Ms. Mason. Any public comment on this item?
Mr. Lochley, we have about 35 members, guests upstairs too.
Okay.
So it looks like if you would give them a few minutes
Sure.
to come down, and on YouTube, which is showing up there, it's only about a 15-second delay.
Ms. Gordon, is there anyone standing outside that can let us know with the door open if somebody's heading down or not?
Ms. LaFleur is contacting the person upstairs to let us know. Just ask if anyone. Miss Shelley, SRO Shelley, is there anyone coming downstairs for public comment? We believe there is. She's checking.
You said no.
No, there's no one, according to Ms. LaFleur.
Okay. Any board comment? Hearing none, Madam Secretary, I'll call for the vote.
Seven for, one against.
Motion carries. We'll move on to 4.2. It's insurance premiums for Medicare eligible retirees and dependents. Ms. Mason, you pulled that one?
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, I pulled this because I wanted to discuss and I want to make a motion. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All right. Thanks for your patience. All right. I'd like to make the motion that the board approve the recommendation by the Board Insurance Committee on October 2nd, 2024 to adopt the 2B Medigap benchmark comparison premium option recommended by Gallagher effective January 1st, 2025.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Mr. Hidalgo is second. We have a motion that the board approve the recommendation by the Board Insurance Committee on October 2nd, 2024 to adopt the 2B Medigap benchmark comparison premium option recommended by Gallagher effective January 1st, 2025. Do we have any public comment? We can take two speakers at the same time. That way, when one is finished, as one finishes and gets up, someone else can come. That way we can.
Mr. Lochley,
What? What's wrong? Huh? Oh, I thought I said something wrong. Is there anybody else that'll want to speak? You can come and sit, and when this young lady's finished, you'll automatically be ready to go. We can take two at a time.
There's no one upstairs that needs to.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Isara Thduyon. This is about a group health insurance plan that is used to share the cost of health insurance equitably among different groups of individuals. As members of the 65-plus group of retirees, we would like to keep our LPSS insurance and the benefits to which we are entitled, including the 50% tax benefit. You will learn there is no reason we should be denied these benefits. Look at the chart you have been given. Exhibit A was given to us and compiled by someone here at LPSS System, so we know the numbers are accurate. Notice that it is well organized by age group. In the column with the number of individuals in each age group, you will notice that one particular group is larger and therefore costs more. However, the second to last column has no information. So if you would go to Exhibit B, has the same information as Exhibit A, but in numbered order. Exhibit B is now organized by least costly group to most costly group by individual cost to the system, not by size of the group. All of the original numbers are the same on Exhibit A, but a different picture comes to light. The once blank column is now complete. Notice that Group 4, the 65-plus group, is now positioned as one of the groups that is the least costly per individual, $3,400 per individual, as compared to the average cost per individual of $3,700. The 65-plus group is at 91% of the cost of the average cost of all insured individuals. In other words, our group is actually helping to hold down the cost of insurance by 9%. We know that part of that is because a large number of us opted to join Medicare, pay an extra premium of $174 a month, and thus cost only 20% to the system. The tax was passed, never said we had to join Medicare, and not all of us were eligible through no fault of our own. The citizens voted the tax would cover active and retired employees. We, as retired employees of Lafayette Parish School System, now know that our age group is not a drain on our system, as someone once stated, and we are not taking anything away from the children, as we were told. Thank you for your attention and your serious consideration of this information.
Ma'am, I'm going to commend you on your speech. It was exactly 3 minutes. I've never seen that happen. Could you, before you speak, could you state your name, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is G. Duyon, and this is a talk about group health insurance plan that is used to share the cost of health insurance equitably among different groups of individuals. I gave you an Exhibit C also on forced migration, but that's self-explanatory, so I'll just skip over that. I would like to speak to you about an alternative that I've come across. My wife was with the use of a misleading chart prepared by LPSS just proved to you that we are not the problem with the increased cost of our LPSS group insurance. Hopefully, a majority of you see this to be a heartless and undeserved reflex action. However, promises were made to the 65-plus group that with retirement would come insurance coverage. Many eligible retirees opted on adding to their health security blanket by paying our Medicare premium of $174 a month. That means the school board is only responsible for 20% of what was promised to them as active employees paying into the LPSS group health insurance. I thought that a group health policy was organized to share individual costs equitably and not apply surcharges to specific individuals or groups, especially those who have paid the longest into that particular group health plan and are not responsible for any increases. I'm just learning that an Advantage group is the only way you can get a Medicare supplement for a group. Medicare supplements are only sold as individual policies. That information would have been helpful from the start. Rather than forced migration or charging a totally unresponsible or unreasonable premium, the school board should give each 65 retiree on Medicare a third option. That option is receiving a fair supplement per month to include health and medication per retiree, since you are paying for the group Humana Medicare Advantage premium of $243, so that we as individuals can get our own Medicare supplement of our choosing. I say fair because individual policies will cost more than group policies, keeping in mind that as the Humana premium changes, so will our supplement. If the supplement would be a fair offer to you, we'd be free, you would be free from us, and we wouldn't lose sleep thinking about the next thing that might happen to us. That would, of course, need modifications for those who have family members and who are not employed by the system. Or maybe the most obvious option would be to wait until the end of the year when the LPSS should get the medication reimbursement monies and know exactly what our deficit will be. At that time, LPSS should calculate the fair amount of increase each of us would pay according to the LPSS health insurance rate scale before modifications were recently made. Thank you for your consideration.
Ms. Mason has a
I just have
question.
one comment.
Yes, ma'am.
On your chart, you did not include the fixed cost or the prescription cost.
That's true, and I think that the fixed costs or the money that the school board is paying is like $940. So $400 to us would get us off your back.
Okay, but the prescription cost is not here.
That's right, but that's not my fault. You prepared, or someone here prepared that form, not me.
Right.
I did the best I could with the information that you gave me.
Right, but there were many other charts with the
I
prescription.
understand, but that's the one that you decided that we should have to pay more because our line item was so much
Okay.
more. And so many other people decided the same thing.
Right, I just wanted to point out that it does
But
not.
I wanted to point it out to
Okay.
you also, ma'am. May I finish my statement now that you asked my question? Thank you.
Okay, finish.
No one group should be made a scapegoat since we are all on the group insurance and we are all included in the insurance tax benefit. We want the benefits we were promised by the citizens and that we were earned for 30 or more years of service and that we feel we deserve with no surcharge cost to any one group of us, especially since we paid into that group health insurance for that many years. And we don't deserve this.
Thank you.
Can I clarify that?
Please state your name and your 3 minutes will start, ma'am.
Mr. President,
Oh,
before you go
can I-
forward,
can
could you
I-
kindly ask
can I
anyone who's
speak
going to
for
come
you?
up and hand information to please hand it and not throw it?
Yes, I
Please.
just,
Let-
guys, there's a lot of emotion in this room, and just, if you can hand us things, that would be great. So, thank you.
let-
I understand.
hey, I'll take it. Board members, I'll take it from here. Thank you. Please state your name and your 3 minutes will start after that. Thank you.
My name is Aretha Lewis, and I was a secretary in the school system for 27 years, and I'm retired. First of all, I think it's important to inform the employees exactly what Advantage plan you're proposing for the retired Medicare eligible employees, Humana or Blue Connect. I assume it's Humana. There has to be a catch of some sort as to why Humana subscribers pay virtually nothing for their coverage. My Blue Cross and Blue Shield premium coverage is going to go up from $247 a month to $623 a month, which is a 152% increase. I can't afford that. Medicare pays 80% of my claims, and Blue Cross and Blue Shield pays 20%. Also, I am being penalized by the state of Louisiana for working in Ohio and in Pennsylvania for 18 years. Louisiana has a law stating that I cannot get my full Social Security benefits, for which I worked very hard. My son had cancer as a child. He was 8 months old, and I had to quit my job as a secretary to work nights as a clerk in a toy store so I could be home with my child during the day. He could not be around people or in a daycare because of being on chemotherapy for 2 years. My point is that my Medicare premium is being taken out of my Social Security, which has already been lowered. I just don't understand why the retirees with Medicare are Lafayette Parish School Board's problem. My husband has Parkinson's disease, and his future is uncertain with the possibility of strokes, seizures, surgeries, therapies. We cannot take the chance that an Advantage plan won't cover our medical needs and possibly not allow us to have the same and best doctors as we have now. We cannot gamble with our health by not having the best health insurance. I don't see a proposal also to approve the Blue Cross and Blue Shield insurance premium increases for active employees and the grandfathered in retired employees who don't have Medicare. Granted, I do not want to see the retirees, any retirees, insurance increase. We can't afford it. We don't get raises, but active members do. Just one more thing. It's such a coincidence that in the past few years, Lafayette Parish School Board has managed to renovate the majority of schools in the system, but yet Lafayette Parish School System cannot pay for health insurance claims for their employees. Thank you. And also, one more thing. Herman Memorial Hospital in Houston will not take Humana. Mayo will not take any Advantage plan. There's a reason for those decisions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll let the clock run out. It's reset. Please state your name and start your comment.
My name is Anna Dean Crater. I'm a retired teacher of plus 36 years of the Lafayette Parish school system. My mother was retired with over 40 years, and never in this 70-year period was there a question that we would not be eligible for Blue Cross Blue Shield. We have been through many trying times. One of the most difficult was when it was the schools of choice. I'm really glad to see that you're offering students that live in the area of a school a chance to attend that school. I think it's much better for children to go through. But anyway, I can't fool with that. That's not my problem. Okay, so what I'm saying is you have offered Humana for several years to the retirees. Only, I think, 400 have chosen to go on it. And the reason the other retirees are not doing it because we are fearful that leaving Blue Cross Blue Shield or leaving the school system insurance will not be to our advantage sooner or later. Most of the problems we hear with Advantage and Humana in particular are denial and delay. And denial and delay can cause a life-saving service to some patient that will not happen. So we choose to go with that. Busing increased when you had to go to the schools of choice. The busing increased by 3 times what it was before. You managed to work through this system, and we didn't lose our insurance. When we had asbestos in the school, that was very, very costly, and you managed to meet the needs of the insurance. You tried to get a vote to do a lot of these improvements that you are doing now. That vote was voted down, as you recall. But yet, you've managed to build new schools, do a lot of amenities, air conditioning the buses, and I applaud that because you know what? I taught in the worst parts of the times when none of that was being done. So we're only asking you as retirees and as retirees on Medicare who are being forced to either leave that system because it's too costly, to really think about that. Think about what the secretary just said here. Think about your people who work with very low salaries. What you're going to charge them is over half of what they take home, many of them. That doesn't leave them very much money to pay home insurance, home bills, car insurance, property taxes, all that they're required to pay, and then they have to eat after that or buy some of their medicines. So I'm just asking you to consider your vote and what it's going to cost to these people and what you're going to force them to do if you force them to go on Humana. There's a reason why so few of the retirees are jumping to Humana. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Mounts?
Nancy Mounts. Thanks to Mr. Lejeune for his accurate statement last week. Retirees are about 33% of the self-funded plan, but are being asked, is something wrong? Please give me my time back, if it is. But are being asked to pay for the entirety of the deficit. This process seems almost orchestrated. It began with dissolving the Employee Retiree Insurance Committee, then removing a consultant who had kept the plan between 12 and 13% of total revenue for a decade. Then there was a July 3rd Board Insurance Committee meeting in which no public comment was allowed, even though votes were taken. The superintendent was given the authority to meet privately with presenters after the public presentation, and the committee chair abrogated the committee's responsibility as stated in the RFQ, and the final recommendation to the board was never made. We were told there was a deficit due to 14 high-cost claimants, 12 of whom were active members. You say you aren't forcing retirees to Advantage, but if you raise premiums by 250% on top of the July 15th increase, people are forced onto Medicare Advantage. So let's talk about Medicare Advantage. It is not the same as Medicare. 3 congressional hearings last year, 2 Senate, 1 House, the AMA, the AHA, as well as the HHS Inspector General concluded, and I quote, Medicare Advantage plans engage in widespread denials of care. A 2022 Inspector General investigation found that 85,000 prior authorizations denied by Advantage would have been allowed under Medicare. Yet last week we were told in this room that Advantage and Medicare were identical. 10 years ago, taxpayers gave this board about $428 million. This year it almost doubled to $805 million. You roll forward millages to get another $6 million. Your Economic Stabilization Fund is $10 million more than that required by your CPA, and you have a $20 million OPEB trust fund paid for in part by retirees and self-insurance fund. In December, you'll likely ask voters to renew tax at the increased rate, yet you have fewer students and likely fewer schools to maintain. 2 board members have said we have got to get it right this time, but this proposal is anything but right. There is one risk pool. It doesn't matter if someone is active or retired. The benefits along with the deficits belong to both and should be shared within that one risk pool. The plan has since its inception been handled that way. Active members have the highest health care costs. Retirees have the highest prescription costs. This plan is asking retirees alone to pay the full cost of the deficit. It is not the correct solution to the problem.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Karen Martin, retired teacher, 34 years in the parish. A couple of comments. This particular process began on the July 3rd Board Insurance Committee meeting, in which the committee, according to the RFQ, was supposed to make a recommendation to the full board. Instead, it was decided that the superintendent would meet privately with the presenters. The Board Insurance Committee never met again to make a recommendation to the board. And at the July 3rd meeting, no public comment was allowed in spite of votes being taken. So my comment is we need to have complete knowledge of what's going on. Last week when I attended the meeting and I heard Ms. LaFleur talk about, or Ms. LaBeouf, the lady in charge of insurance, I'm sorry, I mishandled her name, but talking about the vesting of our plan. As a former LPAE president that I watched the board, I think I attended more meetings than anybody else in this room over the many years that I served as leadership on that organization. I remember this board providing a vesting system that I'm finding out probably doesn't exist anymore. And that is very to know that possibly over these last few years, we could have had a policy in place vesting employees coming into this system, and it never happened. So that's concerning to me. And it's something that we should look at closely and watch the money, and maybe we wouldn't be in the position that we're in now. Thank you.
My name's Don Hargrave. I'm not a retiree. My wife is, so I'm speaking for her. With the increase that you're trying to put on the retirees who have Medicare, you're talking about a 200% increase. Okay? It doesn't make sense. I believe what you're trying to do is drive these retirees away from the school board, because you can get a Plan G a lot less than the $673. So you're advocating not taking care of the responsibilities you have to these awesome teachers who have taught most of you people what you're doing now for a living. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ann Roche. I have 35 years of service, 25 of which were in the Lafayette Parish school system. This is a life-changing experience for most retirees. And I'm sure none of us envisioned that we would be at this point in our lives facing this type of situation in our retirement. Nor do I think the public envisioned or intended when they passed the 1988 tax, which required the board to pay part of all of the active and retiree teachers' insurance. So I guess the question remains for tonight is, do all of you board members really think that you have all of the information that you need to make the best informed decision on this night? Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Superintendent, Mr. President, fellow board members. My name is Ron LeBlanc, retired principal at Scott Middle School, the Eagles. I was looking forward to retirement, and one of the things that we, as a security blanket, is our insurance, because as we grow older, we have more and more issues that we're dealing with, not only ourselves, but also our family members. And I never anticipated that this was going to come to the point where I would have to be very, very concerned about an increase of possibly almost $400 per month for myself and my wife for our insurance. And having people in the medical field in my family, they have told me to be very, very cautious about Humana because there are issues with their pay and how they pay and when they pay. Also, lately, Humana has been in the news because of them having to reduce a lot of the people on their Advantage plans. They are in trouble with the CMS. And why is the Lafayette Parish School Board trusting this Humana plan that we're being offered? And going back to a commercial that was done a few years ago when they threatened to wheel grandmother over the cliff, I feel that the retirees are being wheeled off over the cliff. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Patrick Leonard Senior, PhD, and I have 25 years of classroom teacher and 22 years of being a principal and assistant principal of Lafayette High. So a total of 47 and a half years of retirement. I'm just a little offhand a little bit about any increase should be across the board to both active and retired members. That is how it's always been since the beginning of our self-funded plan. The only change came with the board and the administration when actives, meaning the people that are working still, that they got a 5% premium increase last summer, and the retirees took a 15% increase. Now, I don't know where that, is, why is it so different, so 10% tacked on to retirees. But with those things being said, there are, I would say, these retirees behind me, as well as myself, when we retired on that day, we did not leave the Lafayette Parish school system. I still get calls to come into a committee, as I got one 2 days ago, because I get called in for, we need new principals, would you come into the committee and work with us and with the questions and such, and the students who were going to come into questions and such about the high school, I'm talking about high school, about the high school student of the year, whereas they would get moved up to the state for the state student of the year, which at Lafayette High, we've had several of those students, and I enjoyed going into those committees and talking with those kids, because from all the other schools in Lafayette, every kid was at that top level, from Karen Crow, from Northside. They were just right on the money. And with the three of us retirees that were talking and getting answers from them, it was like, wow, this is what education is all about. This is what the kids bring home, and they're going to bring into the country. So with that being said, I just feel like retirees and active should all be on the same plane. Thank you.
Go ahead,
My
ma'am.
name is Rebecca Cobb. I worked in the Lafayette Parish school system for about 40 years, retired many years ago. I have experience with Humana, not because I was on it, but I had a brother who was on it. He had cancer. And every time a test was asked for him to take, our doctor asked he had to wait until it was approved. And that was many times. He's deceased today. He had 3 cancers. I am also a cancer survivor. I have a very rare cancer. It's called mycosis fungoides lymphoma. Most people never heard of it. I've been going to MD Anderson for 16 years. I have a few doctors that would not accept Humana today. And I think the superintendent has had lunch with one of them. And it's because they're not getting paid. And I never thought or dreamed when I retired at age 82, I would have to start worrying about insurance and wondering if I would have enough money to pay for it. From the beginning, retirees have asked for a choice. You want it to look like there's a choice. But with the premium increase of about 200%, there's no choice if your paycheck does not have a comma in it, which is the case for many retirees. I would wish you would think this over.
Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Betty Alford. I'm the former school nurse supervisor. And I just wanted to make a point. I tried to make it the last committee meeting, but I don't know if people understand when you're forced to take a Medi-Cal plan, that your insurance company becomes your primary, the primary insurance. And as far as I know, an insurance company is in this world to be in business and to make money. And they're not going to lose, if they take over the school board deficit or whatever it is right now, they're not going to lose money. They're going to cut out some. Now, right now, they're promising the world, oh, they have dental and they have this and they have that. But what happens at the end of the fiscal year when they're showing that they're losing money? They're not going to lose money. They're going to cut programs, and then where will you be? I don't think they're committed to taking you for the rest of your life, but I just don't think it's fair to force people to take on something that they feel is very detrimental. And I thank you for your attention, and I...
Thank you, Ms. Betty.
Hi, Katie Landry, 43 years of experience in this district, from teacher all the way to central office. I'm a little confused because is the motion on the floor about premiums or is it about forced migration to Medicare?
It's about premiums.
Thank you. And if the other comes up, then we'll be allowed to speak to that. Is that correct?
Right.
If it comes up.
Let's try to stay on this item.
That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Because I
Everyone
know,
who's coming up, this is the premium part.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Having worked in this, having been a student of this district, we didn't have kindergarten. I'm giving my age, from 1st to 12th grade, graduating from Lafayette High School, teaching in this district, administration. I've seen a lot, and I've served on the insurance, employee insurance committee for several years. We've seen deficits, and we've addressed deficits. And even as a beginning teacher, premiums were a lot lower. But when there was a deficit, it was a shared deficit. Granted, active employees, for the most part, their medical claims are higher, and employees, it's the drug plan. And I understand that. Last year was an unusual year because we had 14 high claimants, and people assume those are retirees. There were only 2 in that group. So we always knew as teachers that we were contributing to insurance, and maybe the retirees were costing a little more, but we were okay with the premiums to support our retirees. Now, there was no question about it. Never was there thought about distinguishing between retiree premiums and active premiums. Now we get to the point where we're trying to put responsibility in different areas, and I don't think that's how insurance is meant to be. Now we're the retirees, and I guess, we're thinking everybody should share the same premium to support the retirees, and when this group of teachers come up and they become retirees, the same thing happens. It works, and it's not exorbitant fees. I mean, you have some people with a 300% increase in premiums, guys. Fixed incomes. Those of you that are retired know you don't get COLAs, cost of living. I mean, it's almost impossible with the state. We don't get stipends. So please consider that. I mean, I was a history major, I know. And I was also a political science major. I'm not a politician, never wanted to be, don't ever care to do that. But I know the history of this district, and I know it worked. And I know this area is called the heart of Acadiana for a reason. This district has always had heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Any other public comment?
make a clarification on the premium increase? This is for 65 and up, the only retirees that are Medicare eligible, correct? Okay. So some of the things that are being stated do not apply here. So just make sure that we're talking about 65 plus retirees. Thank you.
Sure.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, my name is Christopher Lamel. I taught for 32 years at Acadiana High School. Over the last year or so, y'all have done a lot of reorganizations. Y'all bought buildings, y'all building schools, y'all doing all this. So really, there should be money available for the retired teachers. Now, also, I want to call your attention to one other thing I have not heard. Not all retired teachers qualify for Medicare, any type of Medicare Advantage plan, because some of us never paid into Social Security. We paid into the teacher retirement plan the whole time, all 30 years plus. So that means all we have is Medicare Part B, which we pay for, and Blue Cross. So if y'all remove Blue Cross, we'll have to go out and try to find an individual plan. But unless y'all gonna give us Blue Cross.
You have Blue Cross. Those of you that, like Miss Landry, you're grandfathered in.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Lamel.
Thank y'all.
And you were at Acadiana when I was there. Go ahead, young lady. You can come back up, Miss Landry.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Hopkins, and I worked as a para for Lafayette Parish School System for 34 years. If we're able to keep the Lafayette Parish School Insurance, the Blue Cross Blue Shield facilitated insurance, it will be, as they've talked before, $400 more for me. As it stands now, I don't have a comma in my retirement, and my husband gets only Social Security. So it's a $400 pay cut is basically what it boils down to. I've looked online also at the list of providers that the Humana program put online for us to check out. And our PCP doctors, my husband and I, our internists, cardiologists, neurologists, and pulmonologists, none of them are on the plan. It took us several months, and we don't both have all of those, but it took us several months to get in to see each of these specialists. And I just want to say that it's just very hard to think, very stressful to think that I would want to have this much better program, because all of the doctors said they don't want the Humana stuff. So Medicare and Medicare Advantage are just not the same health plan that we're having now, and I don't feel that we need to be subjected to that. It's not a one-size-fits-all type thing, and I think that what we have with the school-facilitated Blue Cross plan is kind of fits everyone. It works out because there's so many doctors that can be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, Ms. Landry.
Thank you, Mr. Lochley. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I am one of the ones that only work for the school system and is not eligible for Medicare ever. I've already said through no fault of our own. It's a bit confusing to us because we were told by the consultants privately that we would be grandfathered in, and we were told, I mean, we had support from some board members saying, absolutely, you guys should not be penalized, and I appreciate that. And all the districts treated us, people like us, on their active plan. But, we still have to continue to pay the 20% and the maximum out-of-pocket. We have no Medicare benefits. But what happened was when the new premiums came out, we were charged the same as the retirees, 15% increase in premiums. I thought it was going to be 5% because that was the plan that we were on. So there's a lot of confusion. This motion doesn't say anything. I mean, the item says Medicare eligible retirees and dependents, but the motion does not say that. So there's a lot of confusion, and quite honestly, it's kind of like, okay, I got a 15% increase. I don't think I should have, And I still don't think I should have, if what y'all were saying and what you've done in the past. So can you please clarify the motion to finally put this to rest? There are only 200 of us, you know, and we're in a predicament. No Medicare coverage. We love Blue Cross, but can you please clarify that for us? Because I know some board members have supported that, and we appreciate that. But I don't want it interpreted by staff, oh, no, it doesn't say it in the motion.
Mr.
So could
President,
y'all
would you
please
be okay if the consultants came up and addressed that? Would you be okay if the consultants came up and answered her question? That's what I'm asking.
If it's allowed. Okay. Yeah. Can someone from Gallagher come up? But I'll say straight up, I was under the impression exactly what Ms. Landry said, so somebody's going to have to explain that to me.
Hello, Tony Murray with Gallagher. They're Medicare eligible. When it says that, it means it is not addressing those folks who are not able to get onto a Medicare Advantage plan. In other words, if you weren't paying into Medicare before, so these people that have just spoken, they are not included in this. Their rate would remain the same as what it was in July, you know, the increase that happened in July. Hope that
I don't think that
clarifies
clarifies the question. She asked
why was Ms. Landry grandfathered in and was to get a 5% increase, but she got a 15%. And I know when I voted that night, that is exactly what I voted on. So we got a problem.
So I apologize. We were not the consultant
Correct.
at that time.
You were not. You can come on up, Ms. I got it. I got it, fellas.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Trish LaBeouf. I'm the Director of Insurance and Benefits. Let me try and provide some clarity. So, based on the recommendation by the Board Insurance Committee, this particular premium chart is only specific to Medicare A and B members. We're going to develop 3 premium charts, is what we're going to do. Let me back up. Historically, we've not separated, let's just say, spouses on our plans. Let's just say one spouse has Medicare, the other does not. There's different ages there. We've not historically separated them. We've always waited until the retiree turns age 65, and then both members transition over into the Medicare reduced rates. So when we were discussing these premiums and what the Board Insurance Committee brought, are just members affected under Medicare A and B. But we will bring back to the board the full chart structures. Since the Board Insurance Committee was only focusing on those A and B members, that's what's presented to you this evening and what you would be voting on. Does that help clarify it? No.
No, what I'm asking is why was Ms. Landry's increased 15% when it was only supposed to be 5? Those that were grandfathered in and cannot get Medicare.
So we're not grandfathering. There wasn't any promise of grandfathering with any of those premium increases effective July 1st. Is that what you're asking? So when we brought the premiums before the board and what the board voted on, it was a 5% increase to active members and a 15% increase to all retirees.
But
that's why Ms. Landry's rate increased by the 15%.
Those retirees are on the active plan. And we discussed it that night and nobody corrected it and we went to the vote. So I got a problem with it. That is not what we voted on. Ms. Landry brought it up that night and she was assured, and those 200 that cannot get on Medicare were not going to be hit with the 15%. I'm sure Ms. Gardner is going to pull all of that up. She's very good at it's addressed, and she was told she was okay. And I assured her she was okay that night. Yeah, so we got a problem.
The premium charts, I'm confused, I'll just be honest. The premium charts that the board approved were an active member chart and a retiree chart. There was no designation between
But they're-
groups of individuals who had either A or B or not.
But they're covered under the actives plan.
They're paying the standard rate without Medicare A and B. We're giving Medicare A and B members a discounted premium. If you have A and B, then that's the discount that's currently on the premium chart. So when the board voted, we separated the two populations, is how I'm going to describe it, for active members. And then we were asked to present a premium chart that increased retirees at a rate of 15%. Ms. Landry is designated as a retiree, if we're specifically to give that example, since we were referring to her.
I know I'm not losing my mind. I know that, not yet.
I think,
But
I think it's possible you are.
We can correct it after we.
yeah, well,
through this.
she brought it up, and I mean, I'm seeing holes in all of this myself. But it was specifically asked that night by more than one person. And they were assured, and we'll find it on tape. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I'm Virginia Sensat. I'm a retiree. I taught in a neighboring parish for just over 16 years, and the remainder of my career was here in Lafayette Parish. I said last week that I have only been on Medicare for 1 year, and my premium has gone up by 15%. And it's going to go up another 107%. The word that I keep I hear a couple of things. A lot of people don't want the Advantage plan with Humana, but the other thing I hear is fairness. I look at the percentage of increase for mine, and I heard some other people have much higher increase than I do. I thought mine was a lot by more than doubling. I just ask you to consider that. It's a big income. It's a big amount of money to come out of a retired person's paycheck. Thank you.
Okay, I already spoke up here. I'm Anna Dean Crater, and Mr. Lachele, I think the last statement you just made, there's a lot of holes in this plan, is exactly what there is. So I would ask kindly that all of
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure they didn't reset your timer. I just want to make.
Well, I had 3 minutes here. Anyway, I just want to say you said there were a lot of holes in this plan. I believe there's a lot of holes in the whole plan. So I'm just asking all of you to just put this aside right now until we can have a more fair and equitable treatment. I hate to see it have to be pushed back, but it's not done right, and I think you need to go back to the board and you need to start over. Thank you for your time.
As we get further into this, we'll ask that you keep it on the price increase.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn Judice Lewis, and I'm a retired secretary for the Lafayette Parish School System. I'd like to know, why isn't consideration being given to things like increasing deductibles or max out-of-pocket, rather than putting the whole burden on the increased premiums that we can't afford to pay? And I'd also like to state that my parents, my mother and my father, were both employees of the Lafayette Parish School System, and between the three of us, we have over 90 years that we put our blood, sweat, and tears into this. And you asked us to be respectful. I ask that all of you be respectful to all the retirees, because we deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Corleen Ducey. I gave 37 years to this district in special ed. Retirees are willing to compromise, but you left no room for compromise. You should delay this decision until an equitable plan can be presented to the board. What Gallagher has presented is in no way equitable to any of the retirees.
My name's Butch Mouton, and I'm a 39-year retiree. And it's just to give you an idea, you've heard it before, but it's just once again, my increase per month is going to be $376. Okay, and looking at it on an annual increase, that's $4,512. Okay, now I didn't retire when we got those the big increase, so therefore I was 2 years under one, and I kept on going with the drop program to make up for those funds and whatnot. This is going to hurt me. This is going to hurt me. It's going to hurt my wife, and basically, it's just a consideration of being able to understand that what we were told and what we have is really good. I mean, as far as things go. But when we're looking at this, I'm going to suffer, okay? And I don't know if y'all have looked at what's going on nationally, but Medicare Advantage is not what it seems to be. We're getting, when hospitals are turning it down, I mean, the Mayo Clinic, what's going to happen? It's coming to Lafayette. We've heard people here, their doctors are not taking Medicare Advantage. Okay, it sounds good. If you're healthy, it's good. Okay, the problem is, for example, I have a neighbor, and he's having to have infusions. The infusions twice a month. I saw the bill. I can get it for you. $70,000. $70,000. 2 infusions every other week. Medicare will pay for it. Will Medicare Advantage pay for it? Medicare Advantage, as I understand it, has a medical list. These are the drugs you can use. But if the doctor says it's a different drug, they're not going to accept it. So, could it be life-saving? Yes, it can. Okay? Put yourself in that. What's going to happen when at the age later on and you need a life-saving drug and all of a sudden Medicare Advantage says, no, you have to use drug number 2 instead of drug number 5. Folks, please think about this. This is, when you've heard it time and time again, it's life-changing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mouton.
I recently had the opportunity to meet a lawyer in Washington, D.C. for health services. Things are getting ready to change come January 1 with all Advantage programs. She told me, do not touch any of them because everything they're promising now is not going to happen. The federal government Medicare programs are fed up with the way the Advantage programs are handling things. And everything's going to change come January 2025. So take that into consideration also with this Advantage plan.
Thank you, ma'am.
A suggestion. Has anybody bothered to just run whatever the deficit is, whatever large number that we're dealing with? Has anyone bothered to see what that number, the premium increase would be if it were done as it's always been done in the past, handled by both active and retiree? Do we have that number by any chance?
I don't think so. Thank you. Is there any more public comment before we go to board comment? And come on up. For or against the price increase?
I can't elaborate on this situation.
No.
Say a couple of things.
No, if you're for or against the price increase.
I want them to have their way. I want them to be taken care of. because I mean, the government's fleecing everybody right now. People can't afford to live, so let's bend over backwards to help them while the government bends over backwards to hurt them. And then not only that, Congress don't have Medicare and they don't have Social Security. They have the best health care of everyone. So they're kind of the reason for this situation because they serve this what's good for the goose isn't good for the gander. And so it's a disgrace what they do to us pesky taxpayers. So, I mean, we're all in a dilemma because of our government. Because government's not supposed to be about health care. They're supposed to be for borders, language, and culture. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no more public comment. We're going to go ahead and go to board comment, and I think some of the board members want Gallagher to speak. Do we have any board comment?
I just got one. Should we make a motion to check into the discrepancy with your word that you brought up?
No, that'll come after. That doesn't pertain to tonight's item, but I promise you I'll look into that.
That's fine. No, I just making sure we didn't need to make one.
Mr. Lejeune?
Yes, sir. Had a lot to say tonight, but thank y'all. Y'all said it already, so I appreciate it. So, like I said earlier, I've never been in favor of the retirees taking care of the entire deficit. It should be spread evenly across to everyone. The whole time I taught, 34 years, I got premium increases. Never complained. Took them because I knew it was the best thing for the district. So we have a great district because of you sitting in here now. And I, at the last insurance meeting, right at the end, I asked Gallagher and our insurance department to come up with other options so the retirees did not have to take on the entire deficit. So do we have any options today to help out with this? Yes, we do?
Gallagher.
No. Anything new that I asked for, do we have any tonight? Yes, that's fine.
I mean, we presented several options the other evening. These were the ones that you voted to bring tonight. Some you approved that were not just for the retirees. We brought a stratified approach to look at several things. This was something that was asked of us to produce, and we produced this as well.
So tonight we have no other options but for the retirees to bear the brunt of the entire deficit.
Whose phone is
No,
going
sir.
off?
No, sir.
Excuse me,
No,
Mr.
no.
Lejeune. Whose
So
phone's
we-
going off?
So we were,
It's not mine.
They better call 911.
Something wrong?
Somebody's phone's got that emergency thing.
Okay.
They might have set on it.
All right, sorry for the interruption. Go ahead, sir.
so we bring the options, I know, to the Board Insurance Committee. And my understanding was tonight we were here to support the motions that had passed. We did bring, I believe it was 8 different options to the Board Insurance Committee. And they were in different areas, from plan design change, narrow networks, population management, population health management. You did vote on some of those today. And again, just looking at several different options to try to close this deficit. By no means, from our consulting point, do we think it should be directed at any one class. And we bring those options to the board, and then you guys selected the ones that you wanted to go with. And this happened to be the ones that you guys selected.
Wait. Audience, let board speaking. Mr. Lejeune?
So can we make a legitimate vote without voting?
Your mic, Dave.
So should we make a legitimate vote
Mr.
tonight?
Lejeune, can y'all let me run the meeting? Okay. Enough outbursts. Okay. As long as I sit in this chair, I will control the meeting. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. But please, Mr. Lejeune.
Thank you. All right, so again, getting back to it, I asked, all righty, for other options, specifically for these people to not to take on the entire deficit, whether that means adding premium increases for the active or other options within the system. That's what I'm asking for. If that's a no, I get it. I would just like to make sure that we make a vote with all options out there so they do not get 100% or 110% increase in their premiums on top of a 15% that they just got.
I apologize, Mr. Lejeune. I misunderstood. There was something that came right before the meeting that I was asked to help the staff work on, and yes, we do have that. I apologize. I thought you were talking about a different strategy piece. We had no different strategies, but you're talking about this increase, yes, and Miss Trish has that.
Mr. Lejeune, we did take a look at another option if you were wanting to spread that cost share over to the active premiums as well. In order to get the same cost savings with the $3.9 million, it would be a 2% increase to active members, which would reduce the retiree percentage by 2.83%. We did produce some premium charts and made that available to you. We've broken it out between active members, those who are either 65 or non-Medicare eligible, and then the 65 or older with Medicare A and B. Ms. Gardner, it seems as though we're focusing on the 65 plus. Can you take a look at that one? One more up, thank you. So in that example, we were bringing 2B to you this evening based on Board Insurance Committee recommendation. That rate for, I'll just use the top line, the retiree-only Medicare A and B. Under that 2B option, it was $228. By taking that reduction by the 2.83%, it brings it down to the 222. If you spread some of the cost share, we looked at a 1% and 2% increase to active members, which would bring about the same $3.9 million cost savings.
So I would like to remind you that what we used to come up with the premium that you saw that was in your motion, the 228, I just want to remind you, we used the benchmarking of a Medigap Plan G from Blue Cross. We used that as the benchmark to get around the 228 item. So that's where we started today with with the request to, we went up to 2% on the actives, and that difference in that savings, we spread back through the retiree class to reduce those rates down from what we had presented at last week's meeting.
And on this right here, which is, it's $8, how much would it raise an active?
Ms. Gardner's going to that.
Just an active individual.
Yeah, so it was a lower, because we did this in percentages, it was a lower number to start with, and so the 2%, it was a 2% increase. My mandate was not to exceed 2%, so I maxed that out, and then taking that savings and then spreading that out amongst that retiree class.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not being ugly, but
I understand.
Yeah, that really wasn't much of a help for the retirees. But I do appreciate you giving me an option. I do.
Yes, sir.
Now, question I have, is this the best option? I mean, what has in the past been an increase when it went up for everybody that active could support?
We've had numerous percentages of increases throughout the years, and they've been based on consultant recommendation and board approval. They've gone upwards of, I believe, if I'm saying this correct, upwards of 12%.
So if 2% costs an active employee $3, I don't know if 4% would cost them $6. I don't know if that's the way it would work.
It's based on populations. You
Yeah,
do have more active members under your plan than you do retirees, which is why there's that difference in the premium.
So if one goes up 3 and one goes down 8, I mean, if you go up on one 15, I mean, it would probably drop the retirees by $20 or $30, $35, which that doesn't help the ones with the $400 rate. It helps the ones with the lower ones.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work exactly in that
Correct.
transfer, and it is simply and I know I'm sitting here talking to a lot of teachers about algebra. I'm not trying to speak out, but it's literally that equation. I get the variables. The toothpaste has to go to some part of the tube, right? And so I think the best thing I could explain of why this keeps coming up is you have a fixed cost situation such as Medicare Advantage, like it or not. It is not something, we don't have that kind of option to offer on the active side. I promise if we did, we'd present that. Where the too good to be true thing comes from is Medicare Advantage is highly, and this is a group Medicare Advantage plan, not the same as the ones that Joe Namath is selling and so on TV. This plan is highly subsidized by Medicare. They can get the drugs cheaper. We do know that the Medicare population is going to use and right now cost more on our plan of drugs. They're 23% of the population, yet 48% of the drug utilization, right? And so we're just trying to find these different solutions. This is one that if it's an acceptable, and we heard loud and clear, wanted choice. And so how do you balance that choice out? The premium is simply, it is a signal. It is simply to help guide the member to understand that this can provide more cost savings. So while I do hear the piece of the $228, I agree that's a large increase from $110, but there is an absolute $0 option with, in addition to that, no cost shares. We did provide the access report last week where we took all of the doctor utilization, ran it through the Humana plan, or had Humana run it through, and the ones that we did not, that were 100% would not accept Medicare, were in Texas. And one of those was one that was just mentioned a few moments ago, Memorial Hermann. MD Anderson is covered, a lot of these other ones. So I do understand that it's very confusing. There's a lot of fear on it. We're happy to continue to ask questions, and we know there's going to be a great challenge of education on that piece, and that's why that's another component that we've added to this. We want to go and help educate. I wish they would call them different things. They both are called Medicare Advantage. I don't know what else to say to allay those fears. Otherwise, what's going to happen is we're going to continue. We do know this. Healthcare is not getting any cheaper. The projection that I brought to you all a few weeks ago, 7.5% medical inflation, and that is the doctors needing more. Whether it's justified or not, they do. Pharmacy is the next one. It's now 13%. The average increase this year in trend is about 11% total. And so if the projection we showed you, we did the 3-year projection, we're not advocating you do just one thing. I wish there was not one thing that would solve that piece. It is a combination of all these different items, and I do understand it's very tricky. It's several recommendations. You adopted a lot of them tonight. We're chipping away at it, and then when we do the projection in the spring, we'll make sure that you're funded correctly, and we will reset and go from there.
So in your professional opinion, I don't know a whole lot about math, taught PE, and I taught English. With the amount of employees that we have in our insurance system, everybody, retirees, actives, what percentage increase would it take to reduce the deficit? In your professional opinion.
You cannot close that deficit by shifting premium increases alone to the employees.
But we're doing it. We're trying to do it to the retirees.
That won't close the deficit, sir.
Say that again.
That will not close the deficit. That'll chip away at it, but it will not close it's an $8 million deficit.
So what percentage would
Across the entire population?
Everybody that
I wouldn't,
pays.
I'd have to bring that back to you. It would not be a number anyone would want to approve.
Is it more than 125% per person?
I wouldn't be able to say right now. Again, because of the way everything's balanced through, you've got employee only and then dependent piece. I will just tell you, it would be more than 20%.
Okay, can I just kind of try to clarify? Because first of all, I think that the one thing that has been brought to our attention that is that in 24-25, let's just keep it rounded, a $7 million deficit that we're facing. All right? So that means that we will have to take out money out of that general fund. What we have already passed, what this board is already taking care of, is in 4.3, that's $1.4 million. All right? I have taken care of some things on my own by signing some contracts as far as prescription drugs that save 1.4. We are at a point where this particular item, no matter how you split it, we're looking for $3.9 million. Where we find that $3.9 million, I'm just going to say is, if we don't find it as far as doing something and we have to pull out a general fund, we will start looking at taking care of things as far as the classroom, and you know what that means. We will have to look at people.
Keep it down, please. We let y'all speak. Let the board and the superintendent speak.
And again, I'm not saying one way or the other, but it goes back to it's a budget that as a superintendent, we have lots of different things. This particular fund needs to be self-sufficient. We should never, ever take money out of the general fund to pay for this. It needs to pay for itself because the general fund is based upon you have kids, you got an MFP, that's reoccurring funds. You start losing that, then you don't have that money to be able to do anything with.
Thank you. You wanted to speak, Ms. Mason?
All right. So I've been on this insurance committee for 5 years. The news is not good. The decisions that we have to make tonight are very, very difficult. But just as the superintendent said, the fund has to be self-sufficient. The auditor has said over and over for the past at least 3 years that the fund is insolvent. So when you have an insolvent fund, you can no longer be self-funded in your insurance. We will have to go to an outside carrier, and the premiums will go up astronomically for our current employees. Other parishes in Louisiana have forced migrated their retirees who are Medicare eligible, who are 65 plus, to Medicare. They gave them zero choice. This is our greatest attempt to try to provide some sort of choice for those employees who, no matter what, they want to choose the plan that we're offering. It is a huge increase, yes, but we cannot fix the deficit problem without some choosing to go to Medicare. The option offered tonight, this is one part. Sorry.
Please be respectful.
We've had to cut this down into several different motions and agenda items. It is confusing. The unknown is very scary, but we're sitting here with our third consultant telling us exactly the same thing. I don't know how many more consultants we need to fire and hire new ones to tell us exactly the same thing. So it's just not a great choice that we have to make.
Any other board comment?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. So, can you explain, because whenever we had a handout here about the claims, and then Ms. Mason said, well, that doesn't include prescription medication. Explain that. Like, where's that number? Where's the prescription medication piece come into play? with regards to cost?
So yours is a very complex plan. I spent the first 2 months gathering all the financials only to figure out there was more to find. And so that is, what we are seeing on that sheet is the medical and the pharmacy for the high deductible health plan. And this is not the sheet, yeah, it was the handout earlier.
I'm talking about the total all-in cost.
Correct.
Prescription and.
And so the other pieces that we're missing from that would be the PBM claims from RX benefits for the premium and the basic plan. In addition to that would be the Silver Scripts claims, which would be for the retirees, and that is probably your largest piece that's missing from that piece. And then in addition, the fixed costs, which are for your reinsurance, your admin fees, and
I'm looking for actual numbers, like the actual total.
I apologize.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Did you? If you have the printout, I was just looking for that a moment ago. There it is. So we put this together this week. You do have several classes. We've scrunched these together. You're going to see all actives, then retirees, which includes the pre-65, the non-Medicare, and the post-65s, A or B. Then we have the retirees that are post-65 that are Medicare eligible. And then we have the retirees post-65 with Medicare Advantage. So you're going to see this is broken down per member, per month. On the very far right, which gives you a dollar cost per member per month. You see it says $6.39. I'm sorry, I don't have a, is there, can you, oh, no, we're not doing. So, so the cost, the total cost for the total plan is $76 million, as you see up there on the, under total cost. Right below it, it's $41 million for the actives, $14 million for the retirees that are non-Medicare or post-65 A or B, $20.6 million for the retirees that are post-65 Medicare A and B, and then we, of course, have the retiree post-65 with Medicare Advantage. Those are the total dollars. You take the member count, which is on the far left, I divide that into that, and then divide by 12 to get what we call a PMPM, or per member per month, and that allows us to look at that. That little green number that you're seeing over there, the $551.01, that is the difference in cost between the retirees post-65 Medicare A and B and a Medicare Advantage. That would be the difference. That would be the savings to the district. For every member that moves to the Medicare Advantage, we save $551.01 per member per month, because it becomes a fixed cost. Now, that is based on the current 2024 premium. The new premium, I believe the renewal is around $230. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm gonna dig into this a little bit. So,
yes, sir.
Based on this list, who is going to see this potential increase that we're voting on tonight?
That would be line 3, or 3 of those, yeah. So that one, correct, right there where the arrow is. The retiree, post-65, Medicare A and B, 2,256 members.
Okay.
There are also some retirees who are approaching age 65 that are in that blue line item just above it as well. That will be A and B eligible at a near point in time.
But as far as the answer to your question, the class is that, it's that line 3 there.
Okay, and how much is the increase we're going to vote on tonight going to bring into the premium fund, or premium?
So if those members, if none of those members decided to move to Medicare Advantage and they just took the premium increase, that would be $3.9 million.
So, one of the changes that's coming potentially, or is coming January 1st from the Inflation Reduction Act, is a change in Medicare prescriptions, correct?
Correct.
How is that going to affect that prescription cost number up there?
That was in our projection of it's part of the 13% in there. I mean, we're looking at 13% inflation on pharmacy overall through then.
So increase or decrease? next year?
Increase.
We're going to see an increase in prescription costs next
Well,
year.
the district will. The member will see a decrease because of the way the law has set it to require them to have less out of pocket.
Okay, so regardless of what January 1st comes, prescription costs are still going to go up for us, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's also going to include your fixed cost line item there too, Mr. Bergeron.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's going to increase that fixed cost line item to the 1.5 in that example. Because they're going to be charging more under fixed costs due to that IRA that's coming through on January 1st. It's going to increase both.
Okay. Last question. And this is just general insurance, since we're all in one pool of money, right? Like all people on the insurance plan pool from that insurance fund, why did we have separate active and retiree plans? Like, what drove that decision?
So you don't have separate plans. I want to be very clear, it is one plan. Well, it's one total fund, I'm sorry. You have three plans. You have the PPO basic, PPO enhanced, and you have the high deductible. What you have are different classes, and that is so that we can examine the costs. But there are different classes, and this is not unique to Lafayette Parish School Board. This is other school boards within the state. The Office of Group Benefits does the exact same thing. We do know that different classes cost a different rate, and that is why the total premium is a higher rate. There are different strategies for all of that, and there's of course different, that's why we have on the Silver Scripts plan, there's different rebate structures and so on.
Okay. Last question. Sorry, I have a list of questions here. So the driver for this, like what's causing us to reach for these premium increase, is that strictly driven by prescription drug costs, or is it other factors?
So the driver of that is one of the scenarios is your deficit, because you guys are looking at it's a cost increase.
What's driving the deficit? Is it prescription drug costs? Is it claims?
The reason for your current deficit is you're not funded correctly, okay? For when you guys voted in July, you voted at that point a $6.5 million deficit. Now, you did vote to fill that with the general fund, but it's not built into the premium, so we have about another 1.5 that we're trying to make up on that end. The driver for that is just it is general medical inflation and pharmacy inflation, and so the strategies to address that, as Melody said last week, was population health management, and then also plan design, which we're working on that, and then also premiums.
So it's both medical claims and prescription claims, both are driving the cost up.
Absolutely.
But according to that chart, Medicare A and B right now has less medical claims between their percentage of population.
Yes, a great point. Glad for pointing that out. So because, and one of the members had mentioned earlier up here, so Medicare is secondary.
Yeah.
Medicare is primary.
Yeah.
Medicare is primary. Our insurance is secondary. So the medical, we expect that to be lower on the medical. It's the pharmacy that is not. And that's one of the tools that they have on the Medicare Advantage is they do get higher subsidies, and they also get different prices on the drugs than we're able to get as a private insurance.
Okay,
I mean,
so
you are the insurance company.
If the 3.9 million that we're asking for tonight is driven by increased medical claims and increased prescription claims, why is it just going to post-Medicare A and B Medicare? Like, getting to David's point, like, why are we putting this on?
Sure.
Like, I just want to make sure, because, like,
Yep.
if I'm going to make a decision on how we allocate who gets paid what,
Absolutely.
I got to make sure that we line those numbers up with how we allocate that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So two board insurance committee meetings ago, when we brought the first recommendations, a lot of the comments came up of, well, just allow me to keep it if you've got to raise the premium, but I want to stay on the Blue Cross. So one of the board and administration came back to us and asked us to prepare some scenarios to look at that, and not just to go out and willy-nilly just raise the prices, but how do you close that gap where they say, well, why would I go to this when I have this? And so we provided what the desire was that we would benchmark that. So we found that the price would be for a Medigap plan. We used that as the benchmark because your pricing was you were subsidizing your retiree more than you're actually subsidizing your active. And so therefore it was just to balance that out and bring that scenario forward. knowing where if you did that to the active has nowhere else to go other than the private market, which is going to be more expensive. But in this case, the school board is offering an alternative, and for the employee would be zero cost. For their spouse would be $49 I think it was $49 a paycheck, a month, sorry.
Okay, so I think the question still stands, like, why is that 3.9 million coming from Medicare A and B when their medical claims
the
are
target wasn't defined 3.9 million. I want to be very clear.
Okay.
It was to benchmark and show this is what it is. It was to actually start covering the costs. If that was a plan on its own, it was underfunded as well. And so this was to not just pull a number out of the sky, but to actually put it up with numbers to help justify that premium.
Mr. Bergeron, we also benchmarked or compared those rates to East Baton Rouge Parish, and it's almost dollar for dollar the premium amounts that we have on our chart as well. It's very comparable based on East Baton Rouge. So let me just make a disclaimer there. East Baton Rouge does allow their retirees to stay on their health insurance plan. They also have Blue Cross. They do not require that they mandate or move to the Medicare Advantage plan, but they do require that they pay a higher premium for it. We benchmarked it against the same scenario Mr. Murray just spoke of, and then we also looked at them as a comparable comparison.
Okay, so I think I'll go back to David's question because I'm trying to figure this out. With 24% across, like, we start off from there. Let's say if we say we did it, because here's my thing. If we do an equal rate increase, it's equal, but it's not equitable, in my opinion, especially to actives, because according to this, actives are 53% of the total cost, but 62% of the population. So I'm going to do some napkin math and say that they're paying more than they're getting in, which is fine. It's in insurance. Someone pays for somebody else. I get it. What would it take? Where would we start off with if we said 24 across the board and then we adjust to keep the same ratio, the way that actives are paying right now, that same ratio, and the same ratio that retirees are paying right now, but adjust it with two different rates?
So
I know I'm asking a complicated
no, you're not,
question.
no, it's not complex. I guess what I can model it however you'd like. I can put it any percentage you would like. There was not this is not, again, when you're dealing with Department of Labor and other regulations, and actually to be equitable, the most equitable way is to benchmark it with what would it be in the market. And that is probably the fairest way. Now, the next thing, that would be objective. Subjective is with what you're asking. So I can do it any way you would like. If we did it, do we want to do it based on the percentage of the cost per the classes? I think that goes back to what some of the comments were. Well, sometimes that doesn't feel fair because, we paid our share earlier on, and that is why you are in a pool, and I agree with that. I think that it's the reason what premiums and copays and deductibles are always set to help guide the user and the member to make good decisions for the plan and for themselves. And part of the reason that this request came up was to help take away the incentive to stay on the Blue Cross plan. Now that it's equal, and if I'm looking at the two decisions side by side, other than the fact of I may not like one flag over another flag, but if I'm being told that they are going to both, as far as my care, they're going to pay the doctor differently, but as far as I'm concerned, the care may be the same, then I'm looking at what's my out-of-pocket. Now this makes a much better decision. The way the rate was set before, there really was no incentive to even look or even to entertain it. And one of the things that did come up in our early conversations were how many people came up, because we do see it slowly increasing, how many have left the Medicare Advantage plan? And it came out, I think it was 1 or 2. So, and that's been our experience, honestly, with other public entities as well. Once the fear is over and they get over the fear. And we did present other options. We presented a Blue Cross option. It was not as much of savings. We've presented some, and please understand, Gallagher has absolutely zero incentive. We are paid $1, or the same dollar, whichever one you pick, because it's a flat fee. So it's, we're bringing those options. We're going to bring the one that I think that's going to bring the most savings. That's usually what we're going to suggest. But there's reasons to pick others.
I guess it's a question to, I guess, Jennifer. What's the, I mean, if this goes to vote and it all, and we all vote it down, what's our option? Or maybe that's a Trish question. Like, Trish question.
So there's lots of concerns in particular with that statement. Just because you've got contracts that are hinging on your decisions this evening, we also have employees who are on the cusp of open enrollment that need to review their benefits for January effective. We've got deductibles starting over as of the new school year. The contracts are my biggest concern. I wouldn't want to, you've got medical and pharmacy and stop loss in particular that are just top of mind. We're also discussing the Medicare Advantage piece. The superintendent signed off on numerous contracts, so that's the highest priority. Employees and retirees needing those benefits for open enrollment would be the second. We do need a decision this evening.
So can I kind of just help kind of just simplify this? There's $3.9 million.
So I'm trying to figure out.
There's $3.9 million, and I think what the board is asking is that, and this is to Gallagher, there's $3.9 million. We need to get from whoever $3.9 million. We have monies we've already gotten stuff from. We need 3.9. He's asking, if we spread this out, what will it cost if it's an even, or do we do 60-40, or whatever it is? We got to come back with $3.9 million to fill this void. That's what he's asking.
Yeah, because
Okay. Yeah, we can
I need
we
something
can
tonight.
run those scenarios for
I need
you.
something tonight because we got to vote.
There's no way I can run that for you tonight. I apologize.
60% or 40%. Yeah, like who's gonna take that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because
So your enrollment, if you'll throw back up that other sheet, I'm
trying not to complicate this. Just make sure I put all options on the table.
I wish
Mr. Bergeron.
So it's where the number, your percentage, where the percentage gets thrown. You're going to want to where it's going to make the most difference is where the concentration is. Look at I'm sorry, the actives. You had the actives a moment ago. So your largest population is in. This is not looking right. Why does it say retiree?
She's on the right one. We're at 173. That's the right one, Ms. Gardner.
Okay. It's just mislabeled, I guess, on the retiree piece, where it says retiree under BE.
What about we do two
Yes.
things?
Okay.
We take a short recess,
Okay.
okay, because me and that T ain't getting along, okay? Mr. Hammond says we can move on to the next agenda item.
Okay.
This gives them time to maybe give you what you're looking for, or close.
All right.
Are y'all in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a few minute recess, 5 to 10 minute recess. If you can start working on what you got to do, and when we come back, if they need more time, we'll go ahead and go to 4.11, and then come back.
Well, no, I mean.
Going into recess.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to make sure I get.
What are you trying to figure out? To put more on actives?
I'm trying to figure out, like,
They don't have an option?
That's what I'm gonna say. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it gonna be like 15% and 60%, or is it gonna be 24 and 24? I'm trying to figure this out.
We have hashed this out in committee for years.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on 1 second. The issue I'm having too is we still didn't get an answer on that original raise, like what's gonna go on.
The answer doesn't make a difference because are we literally going to make a substitute motion to increase active premium?
No.
It is 2, 10, 15, 20, when they don't have another one.
There is no other option.
They never was answered, so they're gonna. is what it is. Well, I gotta use the restroom.
I can get everybody to take a seat, we're going to come out of recess. If our consultants need a little more time, we're going to go ahead and go to item 4.11. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get back in session here. What we're gonna do, we're gonna move to item 4.11. It's finance. Is discussion and action concerning the 2002 half-cent sales tax fund declaration of excess distribution, teacher pay scale increase reserve, and an instructional pay scale increase. I'll accept a motion right now. You gonna read that? That's long.
That's okay. Let's try. All right. I'd like to make the motion that the board declares an excess distribution of $6,207,040 in the 2002 half-cent sales tax fund and approves the following. Number one, the payout of the excess to classroom teachers as defined in the administrative plan in the amount of $2,180.57 per eligible employee actively employed on the date of this declaration to be distributed in October 2024. Number two, a $1,000 salary increase to the teacher pay scale to be funded by the 2002 half-cent sales tax fund and a $1,000 salary increase to the instructional pay scale to be funded by the general fund with an effective date of November 1st, 2024. Number three, a budget revision to the general fund increasing sales tax revenue by $270,000 to fund the cost of the salary increase of $1,000 to the instructional pay scale. Number four, the creation of a $2,400,000 reserve in the 2002 half-cent sales tax fund to be used to fund the salary increase if future sales tax revenues are not adequate.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Bergeron. Do we have Ms. Guidry? That was Ms. Mason and Mr. Bergeron. Do we have any public comment on this?
Want the teachers to get a raise because with the price of inflation right now, the dollar's lost 2% of its purchasing power, and inflation's so high, so what they were making 10 years ago isn't covering the cost of living. I don't know, this whole country's in trouble, so I don't know what's going to happen, but our teachers definitely deserve.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Any board comment? Mr. Hidalgo.
Well, I'm going to give it a shot again. You know, every year we do this, and I just want to briefly talk about 3 reasons why I am against the proposal as it stands. And I am in favor of giving the teachers the full amount in the stipend, which would be $3,672. Not the teachers, rather, but the eligible employees. The administrative rule that lays out how the 2002 tax is to be spent is pretty clear. And while it does talk about a pay raise, it only talks about an initial pay raise, and that was back in 2002. It doesn't talk about continual pay raises. I'm concerned about continuously raising the pay. Let me be clear, I want to give them the money. I want them to get the entire amount, $3,672. If we give them the pay raise, it reduces their lump sum to $2,180. That is a direct hit to every eligible employee of $843 because we're taking $843 per eligible employee and we're putting it in a $2.4 million reserve. Here we go again, reserve, 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 reserve. We're giving them a pay raise, and I know it's a good thing. I agree with the argument on both sides. I know it's a good thing for our employees to get pay raises, because then it's guaranteed to them. It helps out with their retirement, etc. But in this case, this fund, A, was not necessarily intended for that. It's clear based on the administrative rule. B, the teachers have said overwhelmingly, the most important thing is they have said overwhelmingly. And when I was on the board previously, I did a survey. It was overwhelming. 72% wanted the lump sum versus the pay raise. If we have a down economy, these folks know that there's a risk at the amount of payout. They know there's a risk that they may not get anything if we had a down economy. They're still choosing overwhelmingly to want the lump sum. So I'm not going to sit up here. I had an educator, one of the few, but I had an educator email me and tell me that they want the pay raise and that we need to vote that way because we need to save our employees from themselves. I'm not going to save our educators from themselves. They're intelligent enough to make their own decision, and overwhelmingly they have told me they want the lump sum, and it's not my job to tell them you don't know what you want, so I'm gonna do what I want. So I'll be voting no on this, whether I'm the Lone Ranger or not.
Any other board comment?
Over here. All right.
Go ahead.
So, just two schools of thought here, right? And I go back to, and I spent some time last night going over 2002 sales tax and why we passed it. And I came across an article, and I'm going to read a piece of that article. But in 2000, a tax failed to pass because the salary didn't 100% go to educators. So we said, okay, let's go back to the community and make sure that we do right and that we continue to increase salaries for educators, only educators in the specific groups that it goes to. Okay. At the time, we were ranked 25th in the parish in salary. We passed the tax. We went to 6th in the parish in salary.
In the state.
In state, sorry. Thank you for correcting me. In the state. And 10 years later, in 2014, Britt was on the school board. There was a dust up over how can we use it to fund other things, and as part of that, we found out that in 2014 we were back to number 25 in the state in salary. Where are we ranked at today in the state on salary? Because what we sold to the businesses and everything else is that we're going to be in the top 10 in salaries in the state.
Ms. Gardner's going to pull it up right now for everyone.
Thank you.
Holly, can you please switch to my screen?
So what our employee services has pulled is first year, bachelor's degree, no experience, and this is where it ranks in all 60-plus school districts.
So currently we are 69 school districts. You can see that we looked into today for every single salary, and working backwards, the lowest salary starting is $32,000 in Madison. We rank 29 currently out of those 60-something districts, with the highest paid salary between Plaquemines and St. Charles.
Okay. Currently, entry salary, not including the 13th check. So I'm not going to include the 13th check in the statement because that will bump it up. But for Vermilion and Iberia Parish, their base salary starts more than that. So to an extent, I agree with Mr. Hidalgo. Like, we have to make sure that we put as much dollars as we can into teachers' pockets. But we have a responsibility to the educators, but we also have a responsibility to the taxpayers that we promised that we would bump salaries up as well. So no matter which way we vote tonight, money's going into educators' pockets. I want to make sure we continue to pass that 2002 sales tax because it's a huge bump in salary, and I'm just information from my fellow board members. No wrong. I would say personally, vote where your heart's at, right? Because it's money in the pockets of the educators. But let's think about the longevity of the profession and how we appear on things like that in our salary schedule. Thank you so much.
Any other board comment?
I'll never vote against teacher raise, no matter how we do it.
Ms. LeBou?
Thank you. Yes, there is a provision in the 2002 sales tax about the reserve fund. So I think that our allocation to a reserve fund is always a fiscally responsible move. I'm very excited to see that the state has finally come through with their promise to the teachers of the $2,000. I'm glad that we're able to add on top of that. So the teachers are going home with, I think, $4,100 total between this decision of ours, plus the $1,000 increase in salary and an additional $2,000 from the state. So I'm very excited to see that they'll be able to benefit from that. And I do want to note that the November legislative session also includes a teacher raise bill. So we should all be advocating and lobbying for that as well. So please do that. But yes, I think that we should continue to raise salaries so that we can be competitive with our neighboring parishes. But I'm glad to also see the teachers are getting rewarded by the state and recognized by us. So thank you.
Ms. Mason?
I'm going to concur with Kate and Roddy. This is the tax that was passed to increase the teachers' salaries, and I think that we should honor the taxpayers' wishes to utilize this fund to increase their salaries. And they're still getting the stipend, and like Kate said, superintendent, is it 4,100 total?
46.
4,600.
Ms. Superintendent, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, board members, just real shortly. And again, I want you guys to understand is, by all means, teachers are no doubt most valuable to touching our kids every single day. The one thing that I struggle with is what I see on this chart. And I want everyone to pay attention to where we fall. Lafayette should never be at 27 compared to any school district. And all I can say to you is that we have a teaching shortage. They're not coming out of the universities. They're not coming out of the universities. The only thing that I can say to you that I need to try to strive for, and I'm going to put it out there, I want a starting teacher salary to get to $50,000. If we can get a starting teacher salary to $50,000, we make some ground up on, listen to this, St. Mary Parish, right down the road. How many businesses does St. Mary Parish have compared to Lafayette? How many schools do they have compared to Lafayette? We are below St. Mary. All I'm saying to you is that $1,000 would inch us up to 48,606. We need to get to 50,000. We have a teaching shortage. Listen, guys, you have been very generous to these teachers. They got a $500 ESSER. Last year, they got a $1,200 ESSER. They're going to get $2,100, and then they're going to get a $2,000. All they're doing is not getting $1,000. They're going to get $4,600 of stipends this year. All we're saying is, let us take that $1,000 and let us raise that salary. And here's what I pledge to you. Some of you are going to say, what happens if we can't fund this? Listen, it's my job as a superintendent to make sure that teaching and learning is happening in the classroom. We will cut and we will do things to protect what happens in the classroom. And that means teacher salaries. We have to make sure that we do that. That means if we don't need certain things at central office or whatever, it has to be to where we put teachers first when it comes down to kids. So I'm asking you guys to understand that this is a step in the right direction. We have to take this step because I'm telling you, my goal is to do what? I want to be the highest paid employees and I want to have the best facilities.
Thank you. Mr. Hidalgo?
Just a couple of things, and Ms. Mason, please, the tax was not for pay raises, and the administrative plan I'm looking at here clearly says what it was for. I'm not going to read them all in the interest of time, but it's a public document. My concern is we want to get to 50,000, Superintendent, and I'll tell you that with if they got the full lump sum, 3672, they're going to get a $2,000 stipend from the state. Plus the 47, they're over 50,000. We keep saying salary, and we don't. we're using a false number here because why aren't we seeing what the teachers get paid instead of just saying salary? It's like the rest of the money they're getting is not even being considered. And that's my concern. My biggest concerns, again, I want to say, a huge majority of the educators I talk to want the lump sum, so that, I mean, I'm going to support them. It's their money. This tax is clear. It's their money. But secondly, they're losing $800 somewhat dollars immediately if we give a pay raise and a lower payout. Because that $800 something dollars is going into a reserve fund to shore up, you know, the pay raise for future days. This year, they're losing $800 something dollars by this vote. And again, I want to reiterate, they are well over $50,000, the average pay, if you include this top payout plus the $2,000 stipend. And I'm not sure why we don't use that number to see how we compete with the state, because many districts, they don't have a $3,000, $4,000 check they're writing to their teachers every year. We do.
So, Mr. Hidalgo, so I will just say that, number one, you cannot guarantee these teachers these stipends every year. This is not a guarantee. If something happens to sales tax, these monies are no longer there. I am saying to you guys, put $1,000 and I will make it a priority in our budget to make sure that this is going to happen no matter what happens to sales tax dollars next year. I can't go to a starting teacher at UL and say, hey, our teachers made $58,000 with stipends, but I can't guarantee you that next year because that was based upon the economy and what happened with sales tax dollars. You have to have something concrete that you can go to every university and go to every teacher and say, hey, we have this and it's guaranteed.
Any other board comment?
Yes, sir, I have a question. And it may be directed to Ms. Gardner. Ms. Gardner, with the $1,000 increase, because for some reason, administrators in the schools do not have the ability to receive this bonus. So there are teachers that make more than administrators. We ask people to go become leaders and lead these schools, yet we do not pay them to do this. This $1,000 that goes on the salary schedule, is that constituted into their salary when they get their stipend?
So the 2002 sales tax, as you are correct, Mr. Lejeune, administrators, and there is another group of people on the instructional pay scale that are not allocated the payout as the 2,000, the 3,600. You are correct. With the motion on the floor to give 1,000 into the salary permanently into the teacher pay scale, the board in this agenda item has also made a motion to match $270,000 to ensure that the people in the instructional pay scale would be matched that $1,000. And then again, which would allow the principals to receive that because they're based off the instructional. Does that help your answer? There was a time in 2014 when the last set of $1,000 was voted in, which they were Mr. Bergeron was talking about earlier, that when the two scales became divided into teaching and instructional, and it took about 3.5 years, and I think that was when we were both principals, that was a conversation before the board acknowledged and closed that gap. So that is part of the agenda item to keep that gap closed between the two.
So if we give a bonus, a one-time bonus, administrators don't have the ability to get extra
No,
money?
sir. They would get nothing, including the other probably 30 to 40 positions that are on the instructional pay scale would receive no extra payout either.
But administrators would not, is what I'm asking.
Oh,
In the
yes,
school system. I'm worried
administrators
about the
and
administrators in the
yes.
school system. Okay.
Absolutely. They would receive no benefit from if it's a complete payout. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. LeBeau?
I was just going to say, under state law, they cannot receive a bonus, right? So that's why they call it a stipend. It can be one-time monies. And then also, just for the 2002 sales tax, it is for providing classroom teacher salaries and related benefits and equal percentage increases in same. So that is the purpose of it, is providing for not only their salary, but for the increase and then to establish that reserve fund. So that is the purpose of the tax.
Yes.
No more board comment, I'll call for the vote.
Five for, 3 against.
Motion carries. We are still waiting on Gallagher, so we'll can sit here and visit if y'all want.
We don't have any comment.
I set myself up for that one. No. Oh.
I just want a clarification for the convenience of the audience. The motion that we're waiting on Gallagher, if it passes, then everybody gets to stay on Blue Cross with those premiums.
Correct.
Nobody will be forced.
No. Nobody's being forced either way. Yeah, no, you're not being forced. If this passes, correct.
That is not on the floor tonight, is that correct?
Correct.
No migration.
No migration. You're not forced at all. But looks like they might have something for us. Good news or bad news?
Oh, you know,
No, it's probably not good, but
we don't make judgment and as the consultant. All right. So the ask, I'm going to restate the ask, was to find what that number would be. Take that 3.9 million, and if that could be spread across all those classes, if we were going to do a across the board increase. And the number that I came up with, I'm at 3.845, so just right under 3.9, is 25% increase across the board. And I'll give you a couple of examples. For the PPO active, employee only, that would be an increase of $43.25 a month. $43.25 a month for the active basic PPO. For family, that would be an increase of $176 under the active basic PPO. For active enhanced PPO family would be an increase of 60, or for employee only would be an increase of 60.75 a month. For family would be 208.75. For the active on HDHP, that would be an increase of about $3 per month. And for family would be about $61.75. For retiree basic PPO, this is retirees with no Medicare. So this would either be the ones not yet 65 or the folks that were never in the eligible for Medicare. For the retiree basic PPO, they would now have an increase of $47.50 a month for retiree only. For the retiree only with A and B, so this was the one where we used the benchmark of $228 last time. That new premium would now be $137.50 with it would be an increase of $27.50 per month. Retiree enhanced PPO would be an increase of $66.50 for the retiree only. And retiree on HDHP, retiree only, would go up $3.25. And Medicare Advantage would still be zero.
Can you say that again?
Medicare Advantage would still be zero.
So, okay. Medicare Advantage would be $0.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry?
The dependents, he gave you that on the active side.
Yeah, but on the other side,
The retirees,
I'm sorry.
are there, what is it with a retiree and a spouse?
Sure. And this would be on the PPO basic, retiree with Medicare or without? I'm sorry, guys. Okay, without Medicare would be with +1, would be an increase of $129 a month. Retiree with Medicare, with one having Medicare +1, would be $86 increase. A retiree +1, both having Medicare, would be $61. Did I get all those? I'm sorry. Did I miss any?
Brett, may I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. LeBou?
You said earlier retiree enhanced PPO, that'd be $66.50,
Retiree enhanced.
Yeah.
and then now plus another 61.
Yes, $66.50 would be the increase for retiree enhanced, retiree only. A retiree +1, so the retiree +1 on enhanced with the no Medicare is $156.
Any other board comment?
Yes, guess I get my turn.
Go ahead, Mr. Dalgo.
So, Mr. President, let me start off by saying that historically, Lafayette Parish School System typically sets the stage and sets the bar across the state on the things that we do. Many districts benchmark against us, many, all the time, whether or not it's financial. Pick the poison. This is about the only issue that Lafayette Parish cannot fix. We have had hours and hours and hours of meetings in our board insurance committee meetings over the past couple of months, several months. But let's not even talk about those meetings. Let's forget about those. Let's pretend those don't exist. For a decade or more, this issue, one of my fellow board members told me earlier, just Google, 30 years ago, this topic has been talked about 30 years ago, long before these, the current group of retirees were retirees. So this issue is despite the popular belief amongst some, this issue has gotten worse. We have just been covering it up, with different Peters to pay Paul. And we don't want to see anyone's premium increase. We would love it if that would stabilize and it would stay that way. It's not the case. We had hours and hours on this. And so tonight, what we're doing is we're asking tons of new questions, like as if we're going to get an answer after 30 years of this debate or more, like we're going to get some kind of silver bullet answer, and we're not. And I think, if we're just being blunt, I think the reason that we're here is because there's a sentiment out there that the actives do not have another option. We either have to increase premium and or reduce benefit. If they go to the private market, they're not going to get the value they're getting here. It's just not going to happen. We've heard from insurance companies, insurance consultants, we've heard from our auditors, we've heard from all of our finance people that this is not sustainable. If this self-insured plan does not continue to sustain itself, and we can no longer have this plan, and we have to abandon this plan, the ramifications are so much worse than any of the discussions that we're having tonight. Any of them. And so now it comes down to, and this is not me, I'm not smart enough. I'm not this smart. But I'm smart enough to understand it. And I'm smart enough to listen to the professionals who over and over and over have told us the same thing. 3 consultants, other consultants who never worked for us, people calling saying, hey, I'll represent Iberia Parish. Well, I don't understand the difficulty here. Well, I don't either. And so now what they've done is they've benchmarked against real life plans that are in the market that people are buying. And they came back with a number that makes sense. That if we continue on this trajectory, that's exactly where they're going to be. In the market, paying these exorbitant prices. I don't know how else to articulate it. All I can say is that we've debated this long before I was around. I was in middle school. We've debated it while I'm here. It's the same end result. I'm going to tell you, I got a call today from an insurance agent who represents Iberia Parish, who, by the way, let me say this, every parish around us, that's it, incorrect, Vermilion, Iberia, St. Mary, EBR, we can go all the way around, have premium. Acadia not too long ago did the same thing. You don't have to migrate, but because you're not migrating of a viable, and I'm going to get to the viability of the option in a minute, but because you're not migrating, this is the real impact that it's having on this self-insured plan. And because actives don't have another option to say, hey, we're just going to go ahead and instead of just passing the buck along, because that's not sustainable either, because the insurance costs are not coming down. They're not going to come down. We have to find viable options that close the gap. This option came about, and I do remember hearing in the committee meetings many times, we just want an option. And now we have an option that is not an option. How long are we going to continue to do this before we can no longer sustain this plan? The insurance agent in Iberia Parish called me today and said, Jeremy, I'm going to leave you with this right before your meeting. The way that your retirees are protecting the plan that they currently have through Lafayette Parish School System, that is exactly the way the retirees in Iberia Parish are protecting their Medicare Advantage plan. And that comes straight from the human being who administers the plan. He's not just the agent. There's no third party involved. He administers the plan. He gets the calls from retirees on a daily basis. You have every other parish around us who has success with it, and we're going to sit here and pretend like we're just trying to force a non-viable option. It's just not reality, y'all. What is reality is we can't keep dipping into the general fund. I think we all said that. So I don't know how else to say it. I don't know how else to say it, but for years and years, we've said it over and over. It's coming back. It's not going away. Well, I'm not bringing it back. I'm not pulling it in from out of space. It's coming back on its own because it's our reality.
Any other board comment? I'm going to call for the vote. And just remember, was that? Go ahead.
Are we doing a substitute motion to adopt the new percentages or to explore the new percentages, or are we, is the motion remain on the floor as it stands? Okay.
That's not my call. All I can do is ask for public comment. If none, which I did. We can't go back to public comment. If somebody wants to make a substitute motion, go. But the one thing I will say, no matter how you vote, we've got to decide something tonight. It's, what do you call it? The 13th hour, 11th hour, whatever it is. Cinderella's about to lose her slipper, for a lack of a better way. If this fails, we have no option. If it passes, it passes. There are options. Look, I'm going to be straight with y'all. I've always supported y'all. Well, first I got to ask the board privilege to speak. That's why they make me president, so I can't talk as much. I've always supported the retirees. Everyone I've talked to that's on the alternative doesn't have a problem with it. Other parishes don't have a problem with it. I helped delay this from the summer and cost us millions out of the general fund to give an option, to look for something better. As much as I don't want to vote for this, it may be the only option. Because the numbers I'm looking at, well, we would go up on active employees with, like Mr. Hidalgo says, they have no option. $176 a month on a family of 3 or 4. You know, retirees have some options. I mean, I'm not going to name the people I've talked to. Y'all all know them. They say it's not bad. It's good. They like it. But all I know is if we don't have a substitute motion and this fails, the deficit's gonna go how much by next week? It'll go up? 1.4 million. We come back next week, we're 1.4 million back in the hole, over the 3.9. And if we go the next week, it just keeps bigger and bigger and bigger.
Mr. President, I don't like doing this, but I'm calling for the vote. Make a motion to call for the vote.
Yep. Call for the vote.
Once again, does not have anything about Medicare eligible. And so staff interprets it as, I'm a retiree, I'm eligible for Medicare, and I'm gonna pay the higher premium. Would you please at least put it in there? It's in the minute agenda, but that's not what they're gonna go by. They're gonna go by the policy that you have adopted. Please, let's get this right this time.
She has a legitimate question. Those that are grandfathered in remain with the active.
Can I get clarification? Can we clarify that so that we're crystal clear on what your direction is? When you say grandfathered,
The people that can't get on Medicare, they remain, they're the same as an active.
Right now, they're considered a retiree with no Medicare.
Correct.
Which is like a pre-65
Right.
retiree.
Like an active.
Yep.
And that's what we need to make sure that stays. That's the one thing we have to make sure, because every conversation I've ever had on this board floor since 2015, it was made perfectly clear that if an active paid $10, they paid $10. They're not in the retiree category. We got to make sure, because I don't want to have to come back and do this again, because we already got to go look at the increase from 6 months ago.
We'll take care of it.
Yeah, we'll take care of it.
Mr. Latchley, may I say something?
Sure. Well, I've already called for the vote. The vote's up.
You can't make a vote on something 5 minutes ago. You can't fucking do that. It is what it is. I'm tired of fucking dealing with it. It's not fucking right. I'm completely lost. Yeah. You can't make a substitute. We don't even fucking know what to make a substitute. Who we waiting on?
Waiting on me.
Get them to put it on paper, so that everybody knows what you're voting on. Right now, nobody knows what they're voting on.
Three for, 5 against.
Can you explain me what the politics are? Buddy, I can't run for re-election. There's nobody in this place can do me anything. It didn't matter. If I'd have voted yes, it'd have been 4-4. It'd have been a push anyway. It wouldn't have passed.
So,
Make a motion for what?
So board members, if I can just kind of just bring everybody together, is, again, and I'm speaking for staff, and I'm only speaking for, listen, there's lots of decisions that have to be made in reference to insurance. We have lots of employees that need to have options. We have to know where we're going. If we do nothing, and I've said this before, if we do nothing, we're going to get it out of general fund. That means we have to take something away from the general fund. It is something that has to be done. And guys, I'm going to tell you, that means that we will have to cut things.
Question.
Are you going to vote until you get what everybody wants on the board? Is that just keep voting? You already voted. That doesn't mean anything. Now you're going to re-vote till you please.
And Lafayette Parish has a tax to pay for the insurance. The other parishes around us do not have that tax.
50%. Jennifer, what's the absolute latest we can push back enrollment?
No, you voted.
Let me ask.
We have some contracts, Ms. Trish, that would need to be done this evening, but I think next week would be at the latest is what the feel was.
Here's what I'm going to come back with, because I'm not coming out of the general fund for insurance. Come back to this board with some different math on percentage increases by on both sides, active and retirees, so we can judge it.
I think everybody's open-minded on the board. We're really kind of confused.
Insurance committee about that.
I asked that last time, Mr.
He
President.
gave you that already.
I asked that same question.
Hey, board members, let's do this. Let's do this. We will regroup as a team. We may have to get you guys back at the table so that we can give the options that you're asking for. But again, I don't think we're going to get anywhere, because I think we're pretty much to a point where we're putting Gallagher in a position where they may be making some thoughts to us that they haven't really thought through, and we need to make sure that they're given some time to do so. So I'm just going to ask that, hey, if we have to call a meeting, we're going to need to get, the majority of the board back at the table, because we have to make some decisions. Open enrollment is ready to go.
Mr. President, if I may, when is this meeting going to be? How do we know that everybody can make it? This is not an opportunity. This should not be a scapegoat opportunity. I don't know if everybody's available for another meeting. And I'll tell you this. We've had so many hours of meetings about this very topic, and Gallagher and the staff and other professionals have gone through so many numbers. So one of the accusations is y'all are putting too much in front of us. We don't understand it. Then if we don't put enough, then it's not enough. We have gone through this over and over. The recommendations haven't changed. And now we have amateurs like us making the recommendations on behalf of somebody that we're paying top dollar to do. I am only frustrated about it because it is going to impact Lafayette Parish school system. Now, the question is, who is it going to impact? The answer is we can either impact everybody across the board, because that's the only other option is to come back to the table. And if you do that, it is not equitable in this case because there are other options for some people where they're not for others. What are we doing? We're going to go back to the table and do what? Tell me what we're going to accomplish going back to the tables, Mr. Superintendent.
Let me ask you, you said you came across with some different numbers a while ago. Ms. LeBou was inquiring about it. You had given some different numbers as far as active, and that was based upon across the board?
Yeah, so that we went back, we ran, I just to Mr. Bergeron's point, we've ran the numbers. This is the only number across the board. The next thing would be shifting it, or if I'm going to shift it, but unfortunately, that it's really high on the actives or it's really high on the retirees. So it's, and I think we know how you're going to feel on the retirees. So if you don't like 25% on the actives, I don't have any more, like I'm
just going to say, guys, we put 25% on our actives. We're going to lose employees.
That's not going to happen. That's not doable. All right.
Yeah, if you do the calculation, it's about it's over $2,600 on a family of an active family. And obviously you can't just do like 20 and 30 because it's not an equal number of retirees versus actives.
I can play with those, but the swing,
right?
The swing, I have to, when we start splitting them like that, because of the retirees are not as many, I have to do a larger number. Again, not trying to talk down to anyone. It's just the way it's a spreadsheet template. It's the toothpaste. I squeeze one side, it's going to come out the other. I mean, I'm sorry. Rates are the very last option that we've got. That's why we brought all the other ideas as well. And you know.
Yep. No, I mean, I know. I didn't want to vote yes for this because I don't think it's a great solution.
We didn't want
but
to
I
present
also we don't have another. We've like Jeremy said, we've spent hours running options and several consultants. I started Googling 1988 sales tax, Lafayette Parish Group Health Fund, and started there are. Mr. Superintendent Lemoyne, I mean, you have several memos on the issues with the shortfalls of the group health plan, and nothing was put aside. I mean, there are year over year of budgets, that nothing was put away. Everybody said this is the problem. There were 12% increases. We expected 3%. We got 12 increase, and nothing was ever done. And so, I mean, I'm not blameless in all this. I've been on the board but I was green as the turf when I started. And now I'm sitting here and realizing, I don't know if we could have plugged the boat 3, 4, 5 years. I think this has gone on for a long time, but we need to figure out a solution. This is the solution in front of us, and I know it's not optimal. I hope that we can come back and find maybe a different percentage or something to make this more equitable, because I'm hearing you want to stay under the managed plan. I understand that. I don't want to force anybody to migrate at this point. But we need to figure out something. So I do hope that we can regroup, and maybe there's a percentage that's more palatable. But at the end of the day, we're all knowing that there's going to be an increase. So I'm sorry. Yeah. I wish it hadn't got to this point. I feel terrible about this. Yep. But I just know that at the end of the day, there's going to have to be some solution that we're all not going to be happy with, and I apologize for it.
So just to give you some direction at Gallagher.
Yes, sir.
We're going to come back and do a special meeting next week. Give me some different options on cutting it. 25, 25, 60, 10, whatever to balance
so
that
right
number
now
out.
it's at 25 across the board. So would you like it 35.15, I'm guessing?
Give me a couple.
And I
Let
don't, can you, how about this? Can you tell me what the max is on an active or the max is on a retiree and let me squeeze it that way? I don't want to bring you guys something that you're all just saying would throw away.
I know this. This is still on the table. I've not adjourned the meeting. So it's still there. We're still active. Do you want to recess for a few minutes and look at this? Because coming back next week, some people may not be able to make it. We're only 8 tonight. We may not be 8 next week. It may not be a full board. We can't go past next week. Let's recess for 10 or 15 minutes. Run it. If not, the vote is still active. If you have to change your vote, you can still change your vote. It's still active. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no other options, we have no choice. We can't take the money out of the general fund. We have no choice.
Can I ask a question?
We don't have public comment right now.
Excuse me, I have the floor.
No, we've not. The vote is still active. You can still go and change your vote.
Mr. Mouton, Anthony Mouton, the auditor, the CPA, said that our fund would become insolvent. Do you know the timeline on that, when we no longer have self-funded insurance?
I don't have an exact timeline, but I understand that expenses are increasing and it's not stopping, and we can't continue this path. It's unsustainable. We've been saying that for a very long time now, and we're still saying the exact same thing. It's unsustainable.
So the last 3 years, the auditor has presented that we can no longer continue on this path.
Yes, in fact, the last time that I remember was several months ago, at the beginning of this calendar year, with our exit audit, and they said the exact same thing at that point in time, that it's unsustainable. They tried warning us time after time after time.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Let's recess till 9:45. And hopefully we're out of here by 10.
seeing it on paper and without the accuracy.
Recess is over.
All right, back on. As long as I can get to St. John the Parish, Baptist Parish tomorrow by 5, I'm good.
So we'll, 10 or 15?
It's. Oh, sorry. I missed. It's 1540 and 1050.
Okay, the item is still on the floor.
Okay.
Mr. Hammonds, do we need a
Mr.
motion?
Do you want me to explain your options?
Correct.
Item 4.2 is still on the floor for discussion. The first motion that was made on that item failed 3-5. So if there was a desire to reconsider that motion, then one of the board members who voted on the prevailing side of that motion would have to make a motion to reconsider that item. Then you would have a second to that motion to reconsider the item, and that would have to pass by majority vote. If it were to pass by majority vote, then you would be back to where you started from on that item. Now, that's one option. Second option is if someone wanted to make a different motion other than the motion that was voted on already, then they could make an alternative motion, and that would still be proper. That would not require reconsideration because the second motion had not been voted on initially. So those are the two basic options that you have available to you. Also mention that your policy also gives you, the board, the authority to reconsider anything that it acts on within a year. Now, I don't recall in recent months it reconsidering something in the same meeting like this, but you actually have the authority to reconsider something anytime within the next 12 months. So I just wanted to point that out to you as well. But either a motion to reconsider filed by somebody who prevailed the first time, which would be one of the ones who voted against the motion, and again second, or alternatively a new motion.
Make the motion to reconsider, and if it comes down to it that we get new information, we can do a substitute motion
Okay,
against
let's
this
do
motion.
that. I'll make a motion to reconsider agenda item 4.2. Yes.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. LeBeau. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Well, we can do a roll call. Mr. Lejeune? Mr. DeZarmo? Ms. LeBeau?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. Edmond?
No.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Hidalgo?
Yes.
Yes. It's 5-3. So all we're doing is we have a motion on the floor so we can still discuss. They've come up with some other numbers. Bear with us, okay? We have to have a motion on the floor. If their numbers are acceptable, a substitute motion can be made. If not, if it doesn't match, now remember, He's gonna give us numbers for retirees and active. Active is not here to defend themselves tonight. They're not here. They're not here. But if we delay into next week, the deficit goes higher. So something has to be done tonight. No matter how painful, and look, no matter how painful. So is there any public comment? We don't, yeah. Gallagher, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to be very clear that the totals that I came up with on both. The first one I'm going to discuss the totals at about 3.8, similar to the one we just came to. The other one's at about 3.78, so they're both very close, but as close as I could get here to keep this simple. So the first one I went down to 15 on the actives and 40 on the retirees, okay? I tried other lower ones. This was the first that I could get parity with on there. And I'm going to give you the examples of those. So on the basic plan, employee only would be an increase of $26 a month. Family would be $105 a month. For active enhanced PPO, it'd be an increase of $36.45 a month and $125 a month for family. For the high deductible health plan, it goes up $1.80 per month for the employee only. For the family, goes up $37.05. For retiree basic PPO, and these are retirees without Medicare, and those that would be grandfathered, $76 is the increase per month. The retiree plus one is $207.60. The retiree only with Medicare A and B would go up $44. The retiree with plus one, with only one of them having Medicare, would go up to $138. Would go up $138, excuse me. Retiree plus one, with both having Medicare, that goes up $98.80. Retiree plus two or more, so retiree family with Medicare. Let me say I'm sorry, I meant to tell you this one earlier. Retiree plus two with no Medicare, that would be retiree and family, that would be going up $308.40. Retirees with Medicare family goes up $238. That's with both Medicare, or $256 if only one has Medicare.
Hmm?
Retiree enhanced, we have less on this plan, but I figured I went through those others. I should probably go through these. Would be retiree only would go up $106. Retiree plus one goes up $250. And retiree and family would be $365.60. Retiree high deductible goes up $5.20. Retiree plus one goes up to $63.20. And retiree and family would be $108 on the high deductible. Are there any questions on those? Did I need to go back through any? I know I just went. Yep. Second option is 10% increase on the actives, and I had to go up to 50% on the retirees to still, again, achieve the get to close to the 3.9. Active PPO, basic, employee only, goes up $17.30. Family goes up $70.40. Active enhanced PPO goes up $24.30. Family goes up $83.50. HDHP goes up $1.20 for employee only, and family goes up $24.70. Retiree basic PPO, this is a retiree only without Medicare. $95 is the increase. Retiree plus one without Medicare goes up $260. And retiree without Medicare family goes up $386. Retiree only with Medicare goes up $55. Retiree plus one with one Medicare goes up $173. Retiree plus one, both having Medicare, goes up $124. Retiree family, where one has Medicare, goes up $107.50. And retiree plus family with one Medicare is $242. And if they both have Medicare, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm reading that was the double employee discount. 1 second here. $321 is retiree plus two with one having Medicare, so that's family. $321 for retiree with one Medicare. If they both have Medicare, it's $298.
Mr. President. Oh, I'm sorry, right here. Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. LaBeouf, of the actives, what category do the majority of the actives fall in? Is it the enhanced, the basic? I know it's family, but I want to know which category.
Basic. Close.
Of the
second.
last, basic?
It,
Oh, I'm
basic,
sorry, and then in the high deductible.
it's typically basic, high deductible, then enhanced is where,
Okay. On the basic plan, just kind of looking at the majority, what was the premium increase for a family on the basic?
The basic family was $70.
$70. Annualize that, that's $840. Mr. Superintendent, we just gave a $1,000 pay raise to entice people to come and stay here, and their net pay after taxes is about to get taken. And I want to remind you, the reason I say that is because they do not have another option on the table. If we increase their premium, they pay a higher premium.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
All right.
I move that the board approve a 10% raise on actives and a 50% increase on retirees based on Gallagher's recommendation.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. LeBeau. Do we have any public comment? Come on up. No. Ms. Landry just asked, what is the premium increase for active only?
Active basic for the basic PPO,
Single is 20.
it's $17.30.
And what is the premium for an active grandfather with no chance of having Medicare?
$95.
How is that?
Well, so we did, when I did the retirees, they're in that same they're in that same group. Their premiums are already set differently. I mean, but we did 50% on retirees. Now, if you want me to take out that group from there, I've got to go up on the actives.
I think Mr. President, I think we're going to have to make a separate motion. I don't know if it's allowable now or at another meeting, and we can always We can backdate it and,
We're gonna revisit that, Ms. Landry.
yeah.
'Cause too many people said 6 months ago you're good, so
Yeah,
we're gonna revisit that. So let's just stay, let's
It
just
will
stay
come
on
back
this.
up.
We'll come back. Let's just stay on this one. So is there any public comment before we go to board comment and discuss this any further? Come to the table, please.
That's us.
Cause this, I'm gonna tell you straight up, this is as good as it's gonna get.
All I know is I've been teaching since '73. Every time, I'm loud enough, every time we got a raise, the insurance went up. So you said it's not fair for them, but yes, it was. Y'all did that to us the whole time. The whole time. We
Okay.
have never gotten a raise.
Okay. All right, any other public comment? Any other public comment here? Okay, come on up.
Late night. I just want to thank you for considering the aspect of making this spread on, and thank Roddy for his motion. Whether people agree with it or not, I think at least you're involving the entire risk pool and not one segment of the risk pool. I don't think we can continue to do that. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, seeing no public comment, I'll go to board comment. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is as good as it's gonna get. Madam Secretary, I'll call for the vote. Now, this is a substitute motion. If this fails, we go back to the,
Can we restate it, make sure that Christie knows it?
yes.
You restate your motion?
So the motion I made is that we accept the recommendation from Gallagher to increase active premiums by 10% and retiree premiums by 50%.
Point of clarification, Mr. President.
Sir?
The motion does read incorrect because it was mistakenly.
Correct the numbers if that's wrong.
Right. And I'd also like to make another point of clarification. I don't want to speak for Gallagher, but this is not Gallagher's recommendation. This is our recommendation that we getting Gallagher to spit out on our behalf.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's not a 10% raise.
Yeah. 10%
10% increase, sorry.
50. You were looking at
And-
200% a while ago and 100 and some percent, so we went down. This is-
Can we clarify the motion is not based on Gallagher's recommendation, it's Roddy Bergeron's recommendation.
Right. That the board approve a 10% increase, not raise. 10% increase on active employees and a 50% increase on retirees based on Gallagher's calculations. Yeah. Yeah. Just so you know, I just got an email from a teacher that thanked me for the $1,000 raise and the 2,100, and she said, "I'm watching the vote, and you're about to take my $1,000 raise." Huh? You can talk. Oh no, I'm voting for it. Call for the vote.
5 for, 3 against.
Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.